Submit your position and any comments using the legislature's website by 8 a.m. the day of the hearing. Letters emailed to a senator or staff member will not be part of the permanent record. If you are unable to attend and testify at a public hearing due to a disability, you may use the Nebraska Legislature's website to submit written testimony in lieu of in-person testimony. To better facilitate today's proceedings, I ask you to follow these procedures. Please turn off cell phones and other electronic devices. The order of testimony is the introducer, proponents, opponents, neutral, and closing remarks. If you will be testifying, please complete the green form and hand it to the committee clerk when you come up to testify. If you have written materials that you would like to distribute to the committee, please hand them to the page to distribute. We need 10 copies for all committee members and staff. If you need additional copies, please ask a page to make copies for you now. When you begin to testify, please state and spell both your last and first and last name for the record. Please be concise. Today we're going to go 3 minutes, and this is how the light system is going to work. It'll be green for 2 minutes, it'll be yellow for 45 seconds, and then the 15 seconds it'll be red, and then you will be asked to stop. If your remarks were reflected in previous testimony, or you would like your position to be known but do not wish to testify, please sign a white form at the back of the room, and it will be included in the official record. Please speak directly into the microphone so that our transcribers are able to hear your testimony clearly. I will introduce committee staff. To my immediate left is legal counsel Charles Hamilton, and to the left at the end of the table is Thomas Weekly, committee clerk. Now I would ask the committee members to introduce themselves, starting at my far right.
Kathleen Kaufs, Legislative District 31.
Senator Joni Albright, Legislative District 17 in Northeast Nebraska.
Senator George Dungan, LD 26 in Northeast Linden.
Fred Meyer, District 41, Central Nebraska.
And at the page, I think we just have one. Would you please stand up, Colin? Colin is our page today. He's at UNL studying criminal justice. Please remember that senators may come and go during our hearing as they may have bills to introduce in other committees. Please refrain from applause or other indications of support or opposition. For our audience, the microphones in the room are not for amplification, but are for recording purposes only. Lastly, we may use electronic devices to distribute information. Therefore, you may see committee members referencing information on their electronic devices. Please be assured that your presence here today and your testimony are important, and to us, it is a critical part of the state government. And with that, we will open the hearing on LB 1248. So hopefully most of you have heard by now or heard this morning, we're going to take each one of these hearings an hour. And then if there's still people left, we'll restart at the end of that, whatever time period. And I will not start the hour until the introducer, and in this case, our first testifier are done. Then it's when the hour will start. Okay? With that.
Thank you, Chair Lenahan, members of the Revenue Committee. My name is Kathleen Kauth, spelled Kathleen Kauth, and I represent Legislative District 31, which is the Millard area of Omaha. Today, I'm presenting LB 1248, a bill designed to broaden our tax base by eliminating the special interest sales tax exemptions on the following retail products: candy, pop, or soda, depending on where you grew up, THC and CBD products. The state of Nebraska has over 100 special interest sales tax exemptions. These are very narrow categories of products or services that have been exempted from being taxed, primarily because at some time in our past, it was deemed important that they be given a break. Usually because a big interest lobbyist came and convinced the legislature that because it was such a narrowly defined product, it wouldn't really make much difference and wouldn't amount to a lot of taxes anyway. Sometimes there are emotional stories designed to pull at the heartstrings of legislators. All of those little amounts add up to some really big numbers, and the burden has been placed on property owners. Those property owners are now drowning in unexpected tax increases as home valuations increase. A property owner has no control over how the property is valued. Most of the time, those tax bills are opened with extreme trepidation, similar to when you get something from the IRS. I make my husband open those. As I have been out and about in my community, I've been speaking to homeowners about this issue. Virtually all of them have identified property tax as a significant concern and hardship. There are seniors who don't qualify for the homestead exemptions, who have owned their homes for years, and they now feel like they are just renting to stay there. Most have had increases in valuations ranging from 30% to 89%. One family has to pay $1,000 more per month in property taxes. That's her increase. She invited me into her home to speak. Beautiful home, but it's not worth an extra $1,000 a month. Approximately 10% of the people I've spoken to volunteered that they are currently researching other states to move to. Even though they love Nebraska, they see it as a significant detriment to live here. When I asked each of these individuals what they thought of the many different plans to lower property taxes, specifically by shifting the taxes to those special interest exemptions, they were enthusiastically on board. One woman commented, "I can buy a lot of chocolate if I have the extra money in my pocket." Others commented on how they would prefer to have a tax that they could choose to participate in rather than being surprised. Candy, soda, THC, and CBD are retail products. They're a choice. There's nothing nutritional, medicinal, or mandatory, and they're not business inputs. I ask the committee to vote yes on 1248.
Thank you, Senator House. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Governor Thorne. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Linehan and members of the Revenue Committee. Thanks for the opportunity to visit. And I think it'd be remiss if I didn't thank everybody for how incredibly hard everybody in the unicameral works for the people in Nebraska. Thank you. It's a pleasure for me to testify in support of some important bills that are part of a larger tax package. So my name is Jim Pillen, J-I-M, P as in Paul, I-L-L-E-N. It's an incredible privilege to serve as the 41st governor of Nebraska, the greatest state in the history of civilization. I'm here to testify as a proponent for a number of bills, so I appreciate that. LB 1248, LB 1310, LB 1354, LB 1311, LB 1349, LB 1308, LB 1319, and LB 1345. And I would also like to thank Senators Linehan and Kauth and Albright and Meyer, Merman, and Von Gilleren and Wayne for bringing revenue-generating bills that will once and for all fix our property tax problem. If I can, I'd like to take a minute. I think that one thing in this conversation that's really important is if we can have an understanding of how did this happen? How did we get here? My perspective would be that we've had a problem, but it became extraordinary starting on the night of January 2 of 2007. That was the night President Bush, in his State of the Union address, instituted renewable fuels policy. Renewables fuels policy, if we go back, that was the night that federal government subsidized making 15 billion gallons of ethanol, subsidizing it at 51 cents a gallon, which created that night, that's why I remember it like it was yesterday, that created 5 billion bushels of new corn demand in our country. And at that time, we in the United States as farmers did not produce 10 billion. So almost a 35% increase in corn demand. My belief, and I think the data is crystal clear, that there's no place in the world that benefited more from renewable fuels policy than the state of Nebraska. How did that happen? How did we benefit? Well, it's important for all of us to remember and that we brag and we make sure that we have investments to recognize and remember that we have the largest, most sustainable reservoir called the Ogallala Aquifer in the Western Hemisphere, for crying out loud, in the Western Hemisphere. And because of that extraordinary aquifer, we were able then, because of the corn prices changing, farmers irrigated more, where we were able to take marginal land that, if you will, couldn't raise a mama cow on 20 acres. We turned that land into, with a center pivot, and started raising 200 and 220 bushel of corn, created extraordinary value for Nebraska farm families and landowners, number one. Number two, then the ethanol industry exploded. We're the number 2 ethanol producer in the United States, creating extraordinary value by utilizing our corn close to home. And then number 3, for ethanol industry to be sustainable and competitive, you have to have livestock. And we grew by almost 40% in the cattle feedlot industry. And we're the number 1 feeder of cattle in the United States and in the world, surpassing Texas. We're the number 1 processor of cattle. So that created extraordinary value. And then that enhanced the manufacturing industry as well. And so shortly after that time, we went through an extraordinary recession. And if most of us remember in Nebraska, we didn't even hit a pothole because of how strong and vibrant our economy was. And there are a couple things I think that are noteworthy. We had an extraordinary revenue for the state of Nebraska. And if you remember, we had a deflationary period of time. And yet government created some significant sins. We kept spending. Every form of government, state, county, and city, kept spending at a rate of 5% a year increase. And we had a deflationary period of time, deflationary. So what happened? Land went from $2,000 to $12 and $13. The economy being robust and valuations, and now what's happened in the last several years is simply that our homes, property taxes have gotten so out of whack with this shift. And in that time frame as well, we'd be remiss if we didn't acknowledge that it was politically favorable to do sales tax exemptions. So we took sales tax off the table because we had plenty of revenue. Yet then that propelled the shift to extraordinary property tax increases. So extraordinary today, it's created a workforce, part of the workforce problem. When people want to come to Nebraska, they look at income tax, they look at property tax. We're number 7 in the country in property tax. And so the other is, I think that all of us in this room, our dream is for all of our kids, our grandbabies, to live the dream in Nebraska and own their own home. Property taxes have gotten so out of whack for 30 or 35% young people don't own their homes, that property taxes stealing the ability to have a dream to own your own home. And then I think lastly, and one that touches my heart incredibly deeply, is how many Nebraskans today have worked their entire lifetime here. They've raised their families here. They've educated their children here. And now they're retired maybe 2 years ago, 5 years ago on a fixed income, and they're waking up and they can't afford their home because of the most regressive property tax, one of the most regressive in the country. So I think that it's really, really important for us to understand what took place and understand what an extraordinary tax shift that has taken place in the last number of years. Because of this, we started with a working group called the Working Group Together last summer. There were 6 senators, I'll acknowledge those at the end, farmers, ranchers, business people, local government officials, to find a solution to the property tax problem. And we had multiple meetings. I think we started in July, and I think we just the other day had our 9th meeting. And this group came to very, very clear consensus. We have to just holding the line on property taxes isn't acceptable. We have to cut property taxes significantly. And once we got data to that point, where we said we have to cut them 40% and get down to $3 billion in property taxes. I think it's important also in that conversation that we all agree. We don't want our homes to go down in value. every Nebraskan wants their homes to increase in valuation. This isn't a valuation problem. It's a spending problem. And so the other piece that we all came to consensus was we have to have a hard cap on spending in all forms so that this tax reform is permanent. Hardcore reality is our property taxes as a state have increased in the last 6 years, 1.3 billion with the B dollars. Since I've had the privilege to be inaugurated, it's increased almost $300 million. Almost 300. If we sit back and say, gee whiz, you know, it could get close to going up $1 million a day for crying out loud. So every Nebraskan agrees we have to fix the problem. We've got to find a solution so that we don't tax our seniors out of their homes after they've raised their family, so that we have our next generations having the hope for owning their own home, so that we can grow our workforce. So we must make our property tax rate more competitive with other states. As I said before, we're number 7. We're number 7 today in the United States. It's absolutely, I think it's fair to say that in the last 3 years, there wouldn't be many in the state that's been across this state more times than I have and been in front of more Nebraskans than I have. It's absolutely, consistently, without a shadow of a doubt, the number one issue, our property taxes. The consensus of everybody in Nebraska is fix our property tax problem and fix it now. These bills that are introduced along with the bills that we'll discuss tomorrow, they really will create permanent, long-lasting relief for all Nebraskans. I think that I've learned a gob in the last 3 years. And I think one thing that's really, really important for all of us that are elected officials, we have to sort through the noise. We have to sort through the drama created. We have to have the courage to have a significant attitudinal change to make sure we focus on what's best for Nebraska. Every lobbying group that pounds away at us is representing me on their forehead 100% of the time. We have to have the courage to make sure we represent all Nebraskans. I'm doing town halls everywhere. Body language, by the way, you know, our body language is more consistent than texting. More consistent than texting in communication. And Nebraskans' body language is unanimous. Fix the property tax. Don't go by all these old mandates of policy gurus, and also fix our property tax. Get the shift back so that, you know, today we're 5.3 billion in property tax, 2.5 in sales tax. We're 3.6 in income tax. Let's get it leveled out. Let me just close and thank Senator Linehan and Kauth and Albright and Meyer and Merman, Von Giller and Wayne for your efforts on this issue. I certainly also want to thank the senators that, you know, we've had 40 people working very, very hard with 9 meetings and tons of conversations since July. So let me simply say thanks to Senator Bostar, Senator Linehan, Senator McDonald, and Yvonne Jacobson, and Von Gillerin for all your work on this issue, and for all the work in the working group. It's crystal clear. We just got to have the courage to do what's right and stop the out of control property tax increases once and for all in the state of Nebraska. Thanks for the chance to be here, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Governor Pellin. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Have a great afternoon. Thank you. Can I take credit for the weather today?
Yes. Just remember, we're here all day.
I'll figure it out sometime.
Yeah, Okay, to reset, so it is now 10 minutes of 2, and we're starting the clock on LB 1248. I assume you're a proponent since you popped up here.
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
I am not here all day, Senator Linehan. I'm going to be a vapor trail as soon as we're done with this bill. Chair Linehan, distinguished members of the Revenue Committee, good afternoon. My name is John Cannon, Joncannon. I'm the Executive Director of NACO, which stands for the Nebraska Association of County Officials. We're a trade association representing all 93 county governments in Nebraska. I want to thank Senator Kauth for bringing this bill. I also want to thank the governor for having been behind the property tax working group that we convened last July. I agree that this is the greatest state, and any time that we can brag about beating Texas in anything, I'm all for it. I want to express NACO's general support for the governor's property tax package. I will say that for county government, we are 1/6 of the property tax load in the state. However, we are 100% of the process. Our assessors set the values. Our county boards of equalization hear protests of those values. Our county treasurers send out the tax statements and then collect taxes from our citizens. I understand that that LB 1414 is going to have a white copy amendment. Hopefully, we'll have that by tomorrow. And that is the mechanism to front load the credits that we're talking about through the revenues that we're raising through the package of bills we're talking about today. I want to talk about the math just briefly. I'm a little bit of a nerd. I like getting into the numbers. The average assessed value of single-family residential property in Nebraska is $170,000, give or take. With an effective tax rate of 1.67%, that means our average property tax for a homeowner is $2,844. And that puts us at about 43rd, I believe, according if I heard the governor correctly. And that is assuming a $5.3 billion property tax load across the state. Now, with the credits that we have had, that this committee has put into property tax relief over the last several years, for which you do not receive nearly enough credit. If you front load those credits to the property tax levy to physically buy down that levy, that would have our effective tax rate at 1.26%. The average single-family residential property would be assessed $2,146. That would have our ranking somewhere around 35th. If you get to where the governor wants us to be of $3 billion of property taxes paid across the state, that would have an effective tax rate of 0.94339. That would have us 29th, with the average property tax on an average home being $1,606.96. Those rankings they do matter. They are significant. We don't want to be 43rd. I'm out of time. I'm happy to take any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee? I'm going to ask one, and just more for clarification. Averages are good, but 1.67, that clearly depends a lot on where you live, because if you're in some suburbs of Nebraska in a newer district where they're building new schools, your rate on your school levy is probably $1.20, $1.30.
Yes, ma'am.
So it jumps around a lot. I know you go out rural further where there's not enough housing, and most of the houses are older, then that's going to drop the average a lot, right?
Yes, ma'am. And one thing I would add to that, though, is that the more that you're able to buy down the levy statewide, whether the average goes down, but on the outliers as well, those are going to go down in lockstep.
Right. Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions? Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Senator Linehan, members of the committee, my name is Lynn Rex, Lynnrex, representing the League of Nebraska Municipalities. We're here today to support this bill in concept only. John Cannon and I both have signed in, NACO and the League, in support of all the other bills in concept only. Our board the League board passed unanimously yesterday to support the governor's overall objective to provide property tax relief with the use of state sources of revenue. And I just wanted to underscore and relate to you some narrative that several of you have heard before. And I'm giving you a handout, which I'll likely hand out again tomorrow, which is why, from the League's perspective, and I think from NACO's perspective, and political subdivisions overall, why we are in part where we are. Over a period of time, Your predecessors, not you, you've done an amazing job providing additional property tax relief, especially over the last few years. But your predecessors gave exemption after exemption, basically tax break after tax break, whatever it is, to narrow the property tax base. That property tax base was narrowed dramatically. And especially, my example that I've used repeatedly is LB 518 that passed in 1977. That bill alone was only for 3 exemptions: livestock, farm equipment, business inventory. And I use that example because it hits so many different groups, businesses and so many others. And by the way, those exemptions needed to happen because Nebraska needed to be competitive. But local governments in 1977 were promised, we're going to give you a dollar for dollar reimbursement. So the property taxes aren't going to go from this to this, and only these people left in the middle get to pay it. And indeed, what happened was over a period of time, that dwindled. In fact, immediately, Governor Exon said, well, we can't afford the $250 million in lost revenue as of 1978 when that took full effect. We can't afford that. So we're going to give you a $70 million reimbursement. And after several Supreme Court cases where the legislature had not put a designation, so you couldn't tell how much cattle was leaving Lancaster County and going to Kansas and so forth, they couldn't tell it. So constitutionally, it was a frozen class. And the Nebraska Supreme Court said, well, you can't do that. So then John DeCamp one day said, we're just going to call it the state aid. But state aid to municipalities was simply on those 3 exemptions with a combination of the governmental subdivision fund of $12.6 million. And over time, what I've handed out to you is program after program, cut after cut. So in 2011, with passage of LB 383, even that was gone away. But that's one bill. There's lots of bills. So we're here today to say property tax relief. We understand it. We understand why this is an issue. I remember when your predecessor, Galen Hadley, as chair of this committee, came back from a meeting and said, oh my gosh, Lynn, other states actually provide, I'll wrap it up here, provide reimbursements to local governments. And other states have done that. Your predecessors didn't. So it's come home to roost so that now, for the last several years, you folks have done, I think, a remarkable job. And I agree with John Cannon, and you haven't received the credit for the incredible property tax relief you've given, but more needs to be done. With that, I'm happy to respond to any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions to the committee? Senator Albright.
Thank you. Chair Linehan, and thank you for being here. You really do have a wealth of knowledge, and how you keep it all upstairs amazes me. But I just want to say that a lot of these exemptions that we're talking about, a lot of them will go back to municipalities and counties. Have you looked at the fiscal notes?
Well, Senator, the short answer is that when we're not, basically we're over the overall thing. I mean, it's up to the legislature and the governor, Senator,
Right.
How you choose to provide this property tax relief, but we support it. And we understand it's going to be a mix of a number of different things, but we do support that. And to your point, and what John Cannon was trying to explain too, is that by tomorrow, he will have a better understanding. Well, he has the understanding. He'll have more time to explain and try to create a better understanding for others in terms of how this can be delivered and lower property tax asking.
I appreciate you being here.
Yes.
Thanks.
Thank you, Senator Albright. Other questions in the committee? Thank you very much.
Thank you for
being
your
here.
consideration. And thanks for all the work that you've done.
And for your
so
work,
far
too.
on property taxes and what's soon to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other proponents? I don't think so. Opponents. And if you're going to be an opponent in this hearing, please come up front. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairwoman Linehan and members of the Revenue Committee. My name is Rich Otto, R-I-C-H-O-T-T-O. I'm here on behalf of the Nebraska Grocery Industry Association, the Nebraska Retail Federation, and the Nebraska Petroleum Marketers and Convenience Store Association, testifying in opposition to LB 1248, which would eliminate the sales tax exemption on purchases of candy and soft drinks. While we want to be part of the discussion on a more fundamental overall to our tax system, carving out specific food items for taxation is complicated and costly, specifically for retailers and consumers. According to the Tax Foundation, excise taxes are too narrow and regressive to be a practical source of revenue, and evidence of any direct impact on obesity continues to be limited. So it remains entirely unclear whether such taxes have any positive effect on public health. Carve out in the tax code are viewed across the political spectrum as poor tax policy, in part because they are complicated and inconsistent. As you can see by the handout provided, Kit Kats are not taxed, Altoids are. A Snickers bar would be taxable for those paying with cash or card, but it would be not taxable for those paying with SNAP. In states taxing candy in this way, a Milky Way Midnight Bar is taxed, but a regular Milky Way bar is not. Likewise, the soft drink definition will hit more beverages than what we consider soda. Energy drinks and sports drinks would be included. While there are certainly cities and other states that have implemented such changes, the cost of updating point-of-sale systems to account for such confusion is challenging, primarily for small grocery and convenience stores. When Colorado began taxing candy, soft drinks, and water, they discovered 50% of the convenience store point-of-sale systems could not break out separate categories, and they all required system upgrades. Additionally, the software that can be purchased is imperfect and requires a lot of due diligence by business owners. Managers and clerks have to go through and read every bakery, candy, and soft drink label. If you misread a label or skip a product and are then audited by the Department of Revenue, the department has the ability to collect back taxes. Finally, Nebraska currently prohibits local communities from assessing an occupation tax on food. By eliminating the exemption on candy and soda, this would open the opportunity for local governments to assess occupation taxes on these products. In Nebraska, the confectionery and beverage industries represent millions of dollars in economic output, jobs, and wages. For those, I'll conclude, but happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Otto. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you much. Next opponent.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Chairman Linehan and members of the Revenue Committee. My name is Brian Gilliland, BrianGilliland. I'm the General Manager of Chesterman Company. We're the state's largest local distributor of Coca-Cola products. I'm appearing before you today as the President of the Nebraska Beverage Association in opposition to LB 1248. The Nebraska Beverage Association has been representing the non-alcoholic beverage industry and local distributors of Coke, Pepsi, and Dr. Pepper products for 8 decades. The Nebraska Beverage Association opposes the imposition of sales tax on our soft drinks and the exclusion of our products from the definition of food. Our products are food. We do not believe they should be singled out and taxed differently than other groceries. Our products also vary widely in their ingredients. From juices, teas, soft drinks, coffee, and dairy, the categorization of what would be taxed and what wouldn't be taxed gets very complex. We don't believe the state should further complicate the process of buying groceries for Nebraska families or increase their grocery bills, especially as families are continuing to recover economically from the pandemic. We know that state sales tax on soft drinks are regressive. This type of tax places a large burden on consumers who are lower income earners. LB 1248 would be taking money out of those families' pockets, leaving them with less money to purchase other products like produce, fresh foods, and other grocery essentials. This is picking winners and losers of which products get taxed, and it will come at the expense of increasing a family's grocery bill. In fact, last year, West Virginia repealed their beverage tax, and that change will go into effect this summer. In our over 80 years, the beverage industry has contributed substantially to our neighborhoods, communities, and the Nebraska economy by providing good-paying jobs, charitable donations, and a sizable amount of tax dollars. Last year, our industry accounted for over 1,200 jobs in the state. Our members also contributed over $47 million in state taxes and donated over $15.5 million to charitable causes across the state. Our large local economic impact also includes our industry's use of high fructose corn syrup. Beverage companies purchase 90% of all high fructose corn syrup produced in the United States. PepsiCo and Chesterman Company purchase directly from Archer Daniels Midland in Columbus. In addition, all 3 companies support programs that enable farmers across the Midwest. We find no rationale for imposing the sales tax other than it's not being taxed right now. In the past, this has been proposed as a health initiative. Arguments that our products are not healthy have been refuted in research year after year. In fact, 60% of our product offerings are 0 sugar and no calories. Tastes have changed over the years, and our industry is meeting the increasing demands for healthier products. We object to the imposition of a tax on our products, which in turn increases grocery bills for Nebraska families, all for the purpose of increasing
Sir.
states. Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I'd
You're
be,
doing good. You're reading very fast.
I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Do you want to read the last line?
Oh, sure. All for the purpose of increasing state spending by creating a tax shift. For these reasons, the Nebraska Beverage Association is opposed to LB 1248.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee? Senator Dunn.
Thank you, Chairman Hannah. Thank you for being here. I'm looking at this in a little bit more detail, and maybe you have the answer to this, and I'm not entirely sure. And if you don't, somebody else might.
Sure.
To be clear, there is not, what we're doing here is we're not getting rid of an exemption that already exists, right? We are adding, this is an addition of candy and soft drinks to things that don't count as food. Is that correct? The way the law is written?
Correct.
It's not like there's currently some sales and use tax exemption for soft drinks and food. We're just adding those to what doesn't count as food.
So
Am I asking that correctly?
soft drinks and candy are classified as groceries and are exempt from tax.
Currently, they are food.
Currently, this would
Okay.
remove that exemption from soft drinks and candy specifically.
Okay, so we're adding that part into the law. We're saying, hey, those don't count as food anymore.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Senator Dunn. Are there other questions from committee? And you might not know this, but maybe somebody behind you. I think when we first put sales tax on, food was taxed.
First, I'm confused.
Back in the 60s.
Oh,
You're not going to know, but
I don't know.
somebody out there might. So I think it was an exemption that was maybe not immediate, but it was exemption at one time. All right, thank you very much for being here. Next opponent? Good afternoon.
Hello, Chairwoman Linehan. Thanks for having me. My name is Stacy Watson, STACYWATSON. I'm actually sitting here representing the Nebraska Chamber and the Lincoln Chamber today. So I definitely don't want to discuss the definition of candy. We don't have time for that. I appreciate the other people that can get into that. What I really am here is to discuss the tax shift and how from the three-legged stool that we always talk about, income tax, sales tax, and property tax, sales tax is the most regressive of those taxes. And why that is you take the same percentage rate and you're hitting the lower income families with the same percentage on the same item, where that doesn't matter as much to the, if you charge me an extra 1% or candy's tax, well, I don't eat candy, but if I did, right, it wouldn't bother me as much. But from a lower income family perspective, that type of increase hits them much harder, and therefore sales taxes have always been considered regressive. From a property tax perspective, those are actually deemed by state tax geeks, which is me. I've been doing this for almost 30 years. Those are deemed equitable. And I know it doesn't feel that way with evaluations right now, but if the system's set up correctly, those are under local control. You actually get to vote when you're raising your own taxes, right? And they're deemed on the same percentage across the board in your district on the value of your home. So if your home's worth more, you pay more. If your home's worth less, you pay less. So we're shifting from what is, from a state tax geek's perspective, an equitable form of taxing to a more regressive form of taxing. Now, both chambers obviously want to be involved in comprehensive property tax reform. We're just not sure this is the way to go about it. There's ways to look at the sales tax base, as other people have said, and not to pick winners and losers. There are ways to lower the rate, maybe make it less regressive and include more items in it. But the way this candy and pop and some of the other things coming up are currently working, we're not doing that. We're just picking the winners and losers. So if you have any questions, I'm more than happy to answer them. Don't worry, you'll see me again, at least one more time today.
Any questions from the committee? Okay, this is just for the record, and I'm going to ask this question.
Yeah.
Did the chambers, they were involved in the working groups also, am I right?
Yes, I was personally.
So did they bring proposals to do what you just said?
To do like lower the overall rate and broaden the base. Initially that whole thing started as a valuation exercise.
I know, but did
No, we didn't propose, but we have over time talked about doing things like that. But no, we did not bring a specific proposal for that. But I also think there has to be, from the chamber's perspective, a working group to go out and study what does that broadened base look like? Because at the beginning of our committee, there was the list was about this long, and then we got down to the list of like 10 losers, right? And so there was a much broader list at the beginning.
Okay. Any other questions from the committee? Senator Meyer?
Yes, I just have one quick question. So in your opinion, real estate tax is the most fair. And I would ask you, why is that the only form of wealth that we tax that way?
Well, I think income taxes
Is it
are
is
also
it just
fair.
because they can't move?
Part of it is you can't move. So from a historical perspective, I mean, just so you know, the state doesn't actually charge any property tax, right? And so the point of property taxes over time have been, you do it at the local level, you choose what you're spending it on at the local level, and you pay for services in your area. So equitably over time, that's always been the case. What's happening now is valuations have gone up and we haven't had the decrease in the levy that really should happen. That's what makes it equitable. Why it seems inequitable now is your valuation goes up. Technically, the budget's probably somewhat the same, right? But you get a windfall because we didn't lower the levy. If you lowered the levy, I think equity, it would feel more equitable from the person, even though your valuation went up.
Thank you. Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thanks.
Other opponents?
Ben, B-E-N, Burris, B-U-R-A-S. As Senator Cal stated, she said candy has no nutritional value, but as one of the previous testifiers stated, it obviously does, like a Snickers bar. And as an athlete, Senator Cal should know this, that if you eat too much sugar, yeah, it's going to turn to fat and cause obesity. But if you burn it off, you're using it as energy. So it is food. And I've lived in food deserts where I had to walk 10 minutes to a gas station to get food or a convenience store, and the food there is already marked up because it's convenient to get. And when my dad drives into town, I'm just shocked when we go to Costco at what you can get for the prices or Super Saver. And I usually shop at Guerrero or the Mediterranean market or the Asian market. So you're paying a lot more there. And THC and CBD they have medicinal uses, so I don't know why we would be increasing that. And this does nothing to lower people's property taxes. It's somebody's choice if they want to get married and have 3 kids and live beyond their means in West Omaha. That's their choice. If they can't afford their property taxes, then they should sell their house and move somewhere where they can. So I do support lowering property taxes, but I don't think this does anything to do that. It's just going to make the poor poorer. People who rely on gas stations or convenience stores, and if Gatorade is going to be taxed under this, I don't know if that's considered pop or soda or an energy drink. And I worked at a liquor store in downtown Omaha, and their point of sale system was so confusing. It was so old as it is. I mean, I don't know how they would have updated it to handle these new changes. This is just a terrible bill. It does nothing to lower the property taxes. And
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here.
thank you.
Next opponent?
Thank you. Hello. Ryan Nickel, RyanNickel, representing myself in opposition to LB 1248. LB 2048 is a regressive poor people tax. It is a tax on the poor for the benefit of the rich. What this does is tax sugary drinks such as soda, which are favored by lower income people, What it does not do is raise taxes on more expensive drinks favored by wealthier people, such as your $6 latte from Starbucks. Hopefully, it's a union-made $6 latte from Starbucks. Or your smoothie or juice, which may have more caloric or sugar content than your Gatorade or your Mountain Dew from your grocery store. So I am opposed to LB 1248 as it is a tax on the poor for the benefit of those who are fortunate enough to own real estate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thanks.
Are there other opponents? Any other opponents? Anyone want to testify in the neutral position? Seeing no one, Senator Howe, would you like to close?
Thank you, Chair Linehan. Nobody wants taxes on products that they've gotten used to buying without change. Change is always, always hard. But our three-legged stool, property tax, income tax, and sales tax, is completely out of whack. Shifting that burden to retail products that one chooses to buy is a very small way to relieve that stress, and I encourage the committee to pass this bill.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Calv. Letters for the record, this is 1248. We had 2 proponents, 3 opponents, and 1 neutral. I'm just asked this so we remember to look into this. I didn't until today. Do we pay auction? Okay, so Omaha has a restaurant tax. I understand I go to a restaurant, I pay an occupation tax. Do we pay that tax on food that we pay taxes on, that like take home food from the grocery store?
That I don't know. We need to check.
I'm getting lots of yeses. Okay. And that would definitely be drive-through Starbucks, any of our drive-through restaurants. Okay. Thank you.
Excuse me, I
Senator.
have one question. So, Senator, for all of the cities and municipalities that have a city sales tax, they are the beneficiary of this as well?
I believe so, yeah.
So, pretty broad benefit to a lot of folks, so.
And again, the goal is to broaden our tax base. We're completely out of whack. So it is a choice whether or not you buy these products. It is a choice if you buy a home, but a home has a lot more lasting impact on our general economy than this tax. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Meyer. Senator Diner.
Thank you, Chairman Hand. Senator Calf, I just wanted to double check on this too. I'm looking at the fiscal note.
Mhm.
It doesn't seem to delineate how much comes from each of the
From
things.
each one, I
Do we
noticed that.
know what that is?
No,
Okay.
and I don't know that they know. The CBD and THC products are still very new as far as.
That's what I assume is that's a much smaller portion of it.
And the pop and candy, I believe, is about 36 million. So we just don't know yet.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Duncan. And I think you could ask the Revenue Committee if they would, we're
Clarify.
the Revenue Committee. You could ask the Revenue Department if they could figure that out. Well, thank you very much. With that, we'll close the hearing on LB 1248 and we will open the hearing on LB 1310. Good afternoon. And we're starting this hearing at 2:12. Thank you. That's right. We're going to wait till after opening. I'm sorry. Thank you.
You have copies coming around that are going to be a substitute to replace an amendment replacing the bill.
So is this a white copy amendment?
Yes, please.
Okay. I think you can go ahead.
Good Good afternoon, Chairwoman Linehan and members of the Revenue Committee. For the record, my name is Joni Albright, JONIALBRECHT, and I represent District 17 in Northeast Nebraska. which includes Wayne, Thurston, Dakota, and a portion of Dixon counties. It is a pleasure to introduce LB 1310 on behalf of Governor Pillen. LB 1310 will be replaced with AM 2227, which will become the bill. I'll be speaking directly to the amendment today. So the purpose of AM 2227 is to eliminate sales and use tax exemptions for the Nebraska Lottery and the Game of Skill, and commencing on July 1st of 2024, will add sales tax rate of 20% on the sale of lottery tickets pursuant to the State Lottery Act and transactions involving cash device as defined in section 77-3001 that are subject to sales tax. The State Lottery Act was first created in 1991 with the passage of LB 849 and has been amended several times since. In November of 1992, 63% of the Nebraska voters approved a constitutional amendment authorizing the creation of a state lottery. The Nebraska Lottery was created by LB 138, passed by the Nebraska Legislature on February 24th, 1993. LB 138 created a sales and use tax exemption for lottery tickets purchased pursuant to State Lottery Act. Currently, state statute 77-2704.38 states, and I quote, "Sales and use taxes shall not be imposed on the gross receipts from the sale, lease, or rental of, and the storage, use, or other consumption in the state of lottery tickets purchased pursuant to the State Lottery Act," end of quote. Lottery ticket sales for fiscal year ending June 30th of 2023 brought in $220.1 million. While that was subject to sales and use tax, a minimum of 22% is transferred by the lottery to 4 beneficiary funds every year. The total transferred last fiscal year was $55.8 million. Most cash devices at this time, called skill games, also known as gray machines because of their historically vague legal status, appear to have first been installed in Nebraska in 2008. At that time, as many as 430 cash devices were located in 143 different cities. At the end of 2018, there were 2,233, and 5 years later, there were 4,779. This means they have more than doubled in 5 years. Nearly every county in Nebraska now features a location where these skilled games are operated. In 2011, the Nebraska Supreme Court ruled that the machines were not awarding players by chance, and thus they were predominantly games of skill and did not constitute gambling. Today in Nebraska, cash devices are controlled by the Mechanical Amusement Device Tax Act, and the games are approved and regulated by the Charitable Gaming Division of the Nebraska Department of Revenue. Currently, cash devices are subject to a $250 mechanical amusement cash device decal fee. Additionally, manufacturers, distributors must pay a one-time application fee of $500. The annual per device decal totaled $1,199,750 in 2023. The Department of Revenue has ruled that leases of cash devices are subject to sales tax. That is currently in the discovery phase of the department and is being litigated by one of the manufacturers/distributors. But the total is estimated to be several $1 million annually. According to the Charitable Gaming Division, a typical device produces approximately $30 of net profit on $200 in wagers per day, or $11,000 of profit annually on more than 73,000 wagers, 55 million in profit and from 365 million annually. The fiscal note submitted by the Department of Revenue on the original bill with a tax of 7%, this amendment and thus the bill would impose a 20% sales and use tax on the gross wager amount on the mechanical amusement devices. The gross wager amount is for every dollar spent. Once again, the purpose of this bill is to eliminate sales and use tax exemptions for the Nebraska Lottery and Game of Skill, and commencing July 1st of 2024, will add sales tax rate of 20% on the sale of lottery tickets pursuant to the State Lottery Act and transactions involving cash device as defined in section 77-3001 that are subject to sales tax. Thank you for your time and attentiveness. I will welcome it in any opportunity to answer any questions. And that's it.
Thank you very much, Senator Albright. Are there any questions? Senator Diamond.
Thank you, Chairman Hand. Thank you, Senator Albright. Just to clarify the amendment, so this removes the portion that has to do with the advertising of the
Yes,
company.
and that'll be next.
Okay, thank you very much.
Are there other questions? Thank you, Senator Diamond. Are there other questions from the committee? Seeing none, you'll be here to close.
Yes.
Please. Okay, now we'll start the clock and it's 2:25. First, proponents. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Linehan and the Revenue Committee. I am Glenn White, and I'm here on behalf of the Department of Revenue testifying in favor of 1310 and Amendment 2227. I don't have any prepared remarks, but I just want to explain cash devices a little bit, just to kind of clarify how they're taxed. So for a cash device, when an operator purchased that device, it's a tangible personal property, so they're going to pay a sales tax on the purchase of that device. And then on the other side is when somebody is getting an entertainment service from that device, and that's when they put their money in the device to actually play it. So when we're talking about this $250 decal, what that does, and it's very specific in the statute, that purchase of that decal is intended to exempt the entertainment service from sales taxes. On the other side, the department has taken a position that the machine is subject to sales tax or use tax. And so the department has taken the position that the decal does not exempt the operator from that tax. So that's my testimony with regard to cash devices. Do you have any questions?
Thank you, Mr. White. Are there questions from the committee? So it was never in legislation whether they were supposed to pay sales tax or not sales tax, but they're not specifically exempted, right?
So, so machines themselves, the purchase of the machines themselves, the department has taken the position that that purchase is subject to sales tax. It's the other side, and this goes back to the original Amusement Device Tax Act, where machines where you use quarters to play them, instead of having them try to figure out what the sales tax was on those, they just had them buy these decals, and then they would affix the decals to the machine in lieu of sales tax for playing machines.
I can't remember the last time I put money in a jukebox or an entertainment device, but a quarter would have been 50 years ago.
Right. No, that's true.
Pinball machine.
And we haven't updated that since then?
No, and well, I don't know when the last time was that the actual for I'll use the Pac-Man or pinball device. Those are I think those are $35. I could be wrong, but I think they're $35. And I don't know when the last time was that we updated that. The cash devices that we're talking about is $250. And then the testimony was that it's about $10,000, $11,000 a year that those things derive, and you can kind of do the math.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, thank you. It's been very helpful. Are you going to be around most of the afternoon? Is that the plan?
I will be.
That's
yeah.
good.
So I'll be available for 1354 as well.
Okay, thank you very much for being here. Are there any other proponents? Okay, opponents?
Chairwoman and members of the committee, my name is Mark Phelan, M-A-R-K-P-H-E-L-A-N. I'm president of U.S. Gaming for Excel Entertainment. Excel is the largest U.S. route gaming operator in the United States. We also operate games of skill or cash device machines in the state of Nebraska. I'm here on behalf of Excel, as well as the Chambers of Commerce for both the city of Lincoln and the state of Nebraska, to express our opposition to LB 1310. LB 1310 proposes actually a tax rate on the gross revenue of the cash device machines in excess of 20%. For comparison's sake, the regulated casino market in the state of Nebraska only pays 20% on their gross revenue. I think it's instructive to kind of look at the two advantages and disadvantages between the two legal and regulated markets. For 20% of their gross revenue, these casinos are afforded 4 distinct advantages by the state of Nebraska. First one being they have a monopoly on gaming products. For example, the casino in Lincoln, the Warhorse Casino, effectively has a zone of no competition that extends 65 to 80 miles both east, west, north, and south. The cash device market is made up of 74 operators, including my company. We all compete for the same retail space in any geographical area all over the state of Nebraska. Another advantage accrued to the casinos is they're allowed to offer 4 different gaming products. So in addition to Class 3 slot machines, they're allowed to offer table games, which are like poker or blackjack, as well as sports betting and pari-mutuel betting on horses if they ever ran horse racing. In addition to that, they're allowed to operate all of these products under one roof. It gives them obvious economies of scale and large or significantly more profit margins versus the cash device market, which is a distributed market. If one of our machines needs improvement or service, we have to get in a car and drive to the location. Sometimes that can be up to 100 miles. It's much more expensive cost structure. The last advantage, and the most important one that the casinos have, is that they're allowed to offer Class 3 slot machines, the ones you'd see in resorts or casinos on the Las Vegas Strip. Per the Nebraska Gaming Commission's 2023 revenue report, the Warhorse Casino's individual slot machines generated $350 in gross revenue per day. If you multiply that by 365 days, it's a little under $130,000 a year. Each of those machines generates, per the Nebraska Senate's own Legislative Research Group, the cash device machines generate about $33 per day. Multiply that by 365 and you get about $12,000. So in simple terms, these machines would take almost 11 years to generate the amount of revenue that the Warhorse slot machines generate in 1 year. Thank you for your time and open to any questions.
Thank you very much for being here. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here.
Thank you very much.
Next opponent.
Hello, my name is Greg Frieden, F-R-G-R-E-G, F-R-I-E-D-E-N. My wife is going to be here today also to speak, and we had a death in the family, and she's a better speaker than I am, and I've had no sleep, so please bear with me. We own and operate a small route, amusement route business from Kearney and the surrounding area. We started in 1992 with one pinball machine. I took a hobby and turned it into a business. Here we are 30 years later. We've got 120 regular machines, darts, pool, in about 35 locations. 21 of those locations have skill games in them. We've got about 50 skill games, 49, I think, on location. We're still married after all this, too. We run the business by ourselves. All this time, we've occasionally had a helper. My son has helped a little bit. He's seen enough of it that he decided to go a different career route. So it's been good, though. I've enjoyed it. It's been a really a lot of fun, and that's what I wanted to do when I started it. And it's all gotten crazy here lately. Competition. There's LB 685 came up a year ago and had all these crazy things. They wanted us to put $1,000 sticker on a pool table from $35. They wanted to put the casinos in charge of regulating us and enforcing. They were going to hire 16 people to oversee us, and they view us as competition. Completely unfair. I'm running out of time now.
You got a minute.
This bill, if it's on, 20% is going to kill us. It'll kill it, and if it's on gross, it's definitely going to kill us. We can't do it. John Lowe proposed LB 685. Well, he took the original 685 and revamped it, and with the fees and with the tax, and some of that went to property tax relief, for us, it totaled about 10%. We could possibly live with that. This, no way. I mean, we probably have to pull all our skill games from our locations. It's not doable. You could, if it's on gross, you could sit there and put $100 bills in our machine and then cash out, never play the machine. And every time they would cash out $100 worth, it would be $7 we'd have to pay. And you could just do that over and over and over, and someone could kill us. How many times can you do that in an hour? A lot. It can't be on gross, and even 20% in net's too much. Our business model, we split with our
Okay,
locations.
maybe somebody will ask you a question, because now you
Okay.
are out of time. But it's okay, you did a good job. Are there any questions from the committee? When you say your locations, so you do have some of these, because I think what I've seen is, I don't know, there's a quick shop across the street from the Capitol, and they've got 3 machines in there. When you say on location, is that your own location you have these?
No, our route is all bars and a few other places. All of our skill games that we have, we've been low profile with it from the start. We didn't do all the convenience stores and going crazy with putting them everywhere. They're in our bars that we have serviced. We've got, in Kearney, we have an American Legion, we have an Eagles, and then we've got small town bars, and we've got a lot of downtown bars in Kearney. And people depend on the revenue from them. And I mean, this is not a tax. If this goes through, then you're not gonna get any revenue, because it's gonna kill us. It's too much. It's not, and our business model is, okay, we take, say if you had a bar, we take whatever the fees are. On a jukebox, for us, it's 20. And then we have the other 80% to split. And we give the bar, and we have a decal we have to put on once a year. With skill games, same thing. You take off the amount. Most of our skill games are from American Amusement, the bank shot games. And they're the most cost effective for us to run. They're the best games. So, but there's a percentage in there, and it's about 20%. So that comes off the top, and we've got 80% to split in the stickers. We split that, and you start taking this off. Okay, and I've got all this equipment to buy. I've got to service it all. We've got competition constantly on us. Well, if this all goes through, there won't be any competition, and I don't see how they could handle it either. But you're chiseling it down to where, I mean, even if it's 20% in net, it's too much.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
So, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank
for
you
being
very
here.
much.
You bet. Next opponent. Is there any other opponents? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is John Fox, FOX. I'm here to represent American Amusements, which is the manufacturer of lining games called Bank Shot. Thank you for having us here. Now let's start with in December 2011, the Nebraska Supreme Court ruled that Bank Shot was not gambling. Bank Shot games are sold to coin machine companies, which place them in and enter into revenue share agreements with local businesses, veterans clubs, nonprofits, of which then receive 50% or more of the profits. 2019, the Cash Device Act was passed with a regulation scheme and $250 occupation tax. Recently, much has come from the full interim study of LR 98, which I see was referenced here. The prevarications and misrepresentation, my packet retains a rebuttal. Presently, under file American Amusements versus the Department of Revenue. And that'd be again, This case will determine the legality of the department's currently conjured position regarding the cash devices. And for them to be right, they have been wrong since 1969. The Department of Revenue wants that new tax. AM 235 to 685 is a new tax. Here we are today with 1310 with the new tax, lacking some details. For an industry that can't pass this along, seems pigs get fat and hogs get slaughtered. Nebraska's casino games hold $350 a day. Cash devices hold $30, and half of that again goes back to local businesses, veterans groups, nonprofits, etc. Casinos with TIF and exempt from consumption. The tax device owner is $15 a day before any tax, operating expenses, overhead, capital investment, maintenance, repairs. Please stop comparing them to casino bosses. In 2020, the casino interest by referendum offered the people in Nebraska a deal. Give us casinos and we'll give you property tax relief. For this $4 million for 2023, for this failure, $15 million from these little guys. Pigs get fat and hogs get slaughtered. $15 million. Did we come here today to tax our neighbors more than casinos? Did we come here today to take revenue away from our veterans clubs, organizations, nonprofits? Are we going to turn Nebraska into Colorado? Did we come here today to slaughter the little guy? And I'd be happy to, and in my packet includes the complaint on the sales tax lawsuit, Department of Revenue.
Thank you very much for being here. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. Oh, I'm sorry, did you spell your name?
Fox, F-Wax, J-O-H-N.
I know, but we had to make, it's
Not
part
a
of the deal. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Afternoon. My name is Andy Dobel, A-N-D-Y-D-O-B-E-L. I had a whole thing written up, but I hadn't seen the amendment yet, so I'm just going to do a little bit of math. The casino exemptions have been talked about, but they don't pay any tax on the gross receipts of sale, lease, rental of, storage, use of, or consumption on anything in this state. They pay 20% on the take. If I understood it right, skill games are now going to pay 20% on the money in, which, by the way, if they make $30 a day on $200, the tax is 40. So they're going to lose money every day. So there won't be any money made because there won't be anything in service. But let's say it's on the net, just for the sake of argument. It's 20% down the net. The DOR is chasing 7% on leases. So you're up to 27. The LB 685 with amendment, I believe, was 2035 is another 5%. So we're at 32% tax already. Additionally, there's going to be a $5,000 fee to be an operator. It'll be $250 per game, $250 per location, an annual background check when gaming is only every 10 years at the cost of the operator and the cost of the location, personal property tax, pay the sales tax, and time and distance. A casino sits in a singular entity. I think there's a total of 7 that's going to be allowed total once they're all built and going. These skill games, as somebody mentioned, are all over the state. They're not sitting in somebody's backyard. They're not sitting in, I run the convenience store, I own the games, I service the games. That's not the model. It's not how the industry works. So I don't run any skill games. My company does not have anything to do with it. I am a distributor of these games in the true sense, not the regulation sense. The only reason I am listed as a distributor under Greater America Distributing is because I have to store the games in my warehouse for purchase by other people. It will not only not raise any extra money, it will eliminate the industry and lose the $1.2 million that's currently being raised by it. Not opposed to giving more, but the current form of sales tax on leases, which we obviously disagree with, the 5% and 685 and the 20% here, you're going to lose money. You're not going to make any extra money. So I'm only here speaking for the people in Alliance and Scottsbluff that couldn't make the trip today, my customers. So thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much, Maxine. Good afternoon.
Hello. Thank you, Senators. Appreciate the time to be here and the opportunity to speak. My name is Ryan, R-Y-A-N, Cruz, K-R-U-S-E. I represent a company called Nebraska Technical Services, a family-owned 40-year-old company that has been placing pinballs, jukeboxes, pool tables, dartboards, and the aforementioned skill machines in the state of Nebraska. We employ almost 50 Nebraska residents who depend on us and not just our business model, but our business practices. And so I'm representing not just them, but all of the customers, not just ours, but throughout the country or throughout the state that are also in this plight of fighting what we strongly consider excessive taxes. My main theme here is that there appears to be a very significant misunderstanding of our industry. There's no doubt that there's opportunity with the skill games, right? Absolutely. But then again, paying for a pool table a quarter at a time is not an easy endeavor, right? So I'm asking you to take a deeper dive into what this customer and business relationship is all about. There have been some very good reasons already mentioned why casinos are vastly different than the skill game market. For one thing, we split our revenues. We have restrictions. We have geography. We have a lot more going against us. Now, if you want to give us access to full-blown lottery terminals like the casinos, great. Then we should be taxed and treated the same. But we're not, and it's not even close. Another reason why I believe that there has been some misunderstanding is that there's been a lack of representation from leaders in our industry. The LR 98 was already mentioned, which was a hearing in November, which did not have one coin-operated industry leader represented. However, the casinos were there. How can you make educated decisions on how much an industry should be taxed if you don't understand that industry or don't at least implore to find out the facts? So I'm asking you, I'm begging you here today to take that look, ask those questions, and find out, right, every business probably should be taxed, right? I want my property taxes lowered, but it needs to fit. It needs to fit, and you need to understand how the differences between us and casinos and big business really, really exist. Bottom line, if this goes through along with 685, we're probably not going to be able to keep our doors open. Now, that may seem a little extreme, but that's where we're at, and some Nebraska residents are going to go without jobs. I appreciate your time, and I'm glad to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for being here. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here. Appreciate it. Other opponents?
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Linehan and members of the Revenue Committee. My name is Rich Otto, R-I-C-H-O-T-T-O, testifying in opposition to LB 1310 on behalf of the Nebraska Retail Federation, the Nebraska Hospitality Association, the Nebraska Grocery Industry Association, the Nebraska Petroleum Marketers and Convenience Store Association. Due to the white copy amendment of 2227, I will save the testimony for our strong opposition to the advertising tax for the next hearing. But I did want to touch on the two items that are still in the white copy amendment. First of all, lottery sales. We oppose eliminating the sales tax exemption on lottery ticket sales, given that no other state charges a sales tax on lottery ticket sales. Additionally, given tickets must be sold at face value, the state tax could not be tacked onto the purchase price, meaning the Nebraska Lottery would have to eat the new cost. From equipment to displays to promotion, advertising support, and training, the Nebraska Lottery is an invaluable partner to retailers throughout Nebraska, and we oppose anything that could threaten their ability to continue to provide support. Then just touching base on the cash devices, we oppose language eliminating the current sales and use tax exemption on cash devices. I handed out a one-pager to the page, should be in front of you. This goes over kind of the background on mechanical amusement devices and where we're at today. Most importantly, I want to point out to the committee that we have been working with Senator Lowe on a compromise on this issue. Our organization's actually supported AM 235 to LB 685. Senator Lowe has done extensive work on this. We had an interim study. So we do feel that 2035 is the solution on this. The industry is subject to occupational and licensing fees and has been working with the Department of Revenue on a reasonable tax rate, which we feel is also included in 2035. These devices are not leased, and the revenue generated from these devices is shared between service provider and partner. The devices are subject to a personal property tax, and the revenue collected by both parties is subject to the tax as well. So I'd happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Otto. Are any questions from the committee? Is that a question?
No, I'm sorry.
Thank you for being here.
Okay.
Next opponent. Is there anyone wanting to testify in the neutral position? Okay, we had letters, 3 proponents, 25 opponents, and 1 neutral. And Senator Albright, would you like to close?
Well, I'd certainly like to thank the testifiers that were here today. And sorry, you probably didn't get a chance to look at 227, but again, it was just taking out the Advertising Services Tax Act. We are fully aware of Senator Lowe's bill, and we'll be working with him, of course, because he has been in concert with those folks and talking about different things that they can or can't do or should or shouldn't be able to do. So that would definitely be something that we'd be looking at here before we sort up this particular issue. So any questions?
Thank you. Are there any questions for Senator Albright? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So now we'll open the hearing on the next bill, which is 1354.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Ready.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Linehan and members of the Revenue Committee. For the record, my name is Joni Albright, Jonialbrecht, and I represent District 17 in Northeast Nebraska, which includes Wayne, Thurston, Dakota, and a portion of Dixon counties. It's a pleasure to introduce LB 1354, the Adopt the Advertising Services Tax Act, on behalf of Governor Pillen. The purpose of LB 1354 is to adopt the Advertising Services Tax Act. This bill will create a tax on the gross income or revenue from advertising services and define several terms used in Chapter 77, Article 27. The tax is imposed on a person that is subject to the Internal Revenue Code or a group of persons subject to the Internal Revenue Code that are part of the same unitary group or otherwise be members of the same unitary group, if incorporated, that are doing business in Nebraska, and those who combined gross advertising revenue exceeds $1 billion. Advertising revenues does not include web hosting services. News media entities, as defined in the Act, are excluded from the program. And in Section 2, subsection 2, advertising services mean all services, including digital advertising services, directly related to the creation, preparation, production, or dissemination of advertisements. This is not limited to digital advertisement, but does specifically include the following: digital advertising services, online referrals, search engine marketing, and lead generation optimization, web campaign planning, and the acquisition of advertising space in the internet media, and the monitoring and evaluation of website traffic for purposes of determining the effectiveness of an advertising campaign. And in Section 2, subsection 6, the gross advertising revenue means income or revenue from advertising services sourced to the United States using the sources rules described in Section 2. subdivision 3 of this section before any expenses or taxes computed generally accepted accounting principles. And in section 3, subsection 2, the tax rate is 7.5% of a person's accessible base for the reporting period, defined as the calendar year on which a report is based, on businesses with gross advertising revenue exceeding $1 billion. The accessible base is defined as the portion of gross advertising revenue that is derived from the sales to customers where services are delivered within Nebraska according to the IP address of the addresses where advertising is being viewed, or if the IP address location is unavailable, the use of another reasonable method to source the advertising revenue to Nebraska based on the location of the viewer. If the audience is based both within and outside of Nebraska based on these sourcing rules, the gross advertising revenue is proportioned between Nebraska and other states in proportion to the location of the viewers within Nebraska as compared to other states. Section 5, the tax commissioner may adopt and promulgate rules and regulations determining the state from which the gross advertising revenue is derived. Once again, this bill is to adopt the Advertising Services Tax Act. This bill will create a tax on gross income or revenue from advertising services. This tax will be imposed on a person or a group of persons that are doing business in Nebraska and whose combined gross advertising revenue exceeds $1 billion. Thank you for your time and attentiveness, and I'll welcome any opportunity to answer any questions.
Thank you, Senator Albright. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none?
I'll be back.
All right. Thank you. So again, if you're going to testify, excuse me, proponents? What I was going to say, if you're going to testify, move up front.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Linehan and members of the Revenue Committee. For the record, my name is Glenn White, Glenwhite, and I'm here on behalf of the Department of Revenue testifying in favor of this bill. I'm going to talk a little bit about the differences between LB 1354 and the advertising services, digital advertising services tax that was passed in Maryland. Nebraska's program is very broad and includes all advertising services, not just digital advertising services. Maryland's program obviously only taxes digital advertising services. This bill does not, prohibit the passing of the expense on to customers like the Maryland bill does. The tax in this bill only applies to advertisers with revenue over $1 billion. The Maryland tax starts for advertisers with revenue over $100 million. And so that tax starts at 2.5%, and then it graduates up to 10%. Nebraska is just a flat 7.5%. And the Nebraska program, we've developed that to avoid some of the litigation that's happening with the Maryland program. And we feel that we've come up with a defensible program by broadening it to all advertising services rather than just limiting it to the digital services. By broadening it to all advertising services, you're basically bringing in a much broader group of businesses that are going to be paying the tax. And we feel that avoids much of the issues that are being litigated in Maryland, along with the prohibition on passing through the tax to the customers. That's all my testimony, and if you have any questions.
I do have a question. Anybody else? Yes, Senator Van Gilleren.
Thanks for being here today. I'm sorry if I missed it. Do you represent a group or an industry or association or?
I'm with the Department of Revenue.
I'm sorry. I should have known that. Are you speaking on behalf of the, okay, thank you.
And I'm the Deputy Tax Commissioner.
Thank you.
It's actually good you don't.
It's good. I bet I'll know you next year.
Any other questions from the committee? So I have one just on how this would work. Does it start on revenues over $1 billion, or did they get to $1 billion and it drops back down to zero and they?
So the way the program is currently done is that it takes, so if you're an advertiser, it first takes your combined group of companies, and the combination is basically 50% ownership. So all related companies with 50% ownership. You take the gross advertising revenue of that combined group of companies. You determine whether it's over $1 billion. If it's over $1 billion, then their revenue is subject to the tax.
Okay. All right, thank you. Are there any other questions from the committee? Seeing none,
Okay.
thank you very
Thank
much. Are there any other proponents? Are there any opponents? Thank you for moving up front. I appreciate it.
Good morning, or excuse me, good afternoon. I'm used to having committees in the morning. This is so much fun. My name is Deb Peters, Deb, D-E-B, and Peters, P-E-T-E-R-S. I am a recovering state senator from the state of South Dakota. And I am a former president of the National Conference of State Legislators. And I'm going to wait for some handouts to come around. And I know I only have 3 minutes, so I'm going to try to be brief and be overarching. And you're going to wonder why a state of South Dakota person is coming to talk to you today. But I have lived and worked in the state of Nebraska for on and off over the last 30 years. And I actually, ironically, my children were actually born here in the state of Nebraska. So this is another home state for me. I just recently sold my home here because somebody offered me an obscene amount of money for that house. So I just wanted to let you know that I know I'm not actually currently a South Dakota resident or a Nebraska resident, but I have been just recently a Nebraska resident. I'm a certified public accountant with an extensive background in state tax law. And if my name is at all familiar to you at all, it is because it is related to, it is because I am the driving force for the South Dakota versus Wayfair U.S. Supreme Court case. It is the reason why you haven't been able to collect sales tax during your COVID situation. I'm here today representing the Americans for Digital Opportunity, powered by the Association of National Advertisers, testifying in opposition to LB 1354. I understand this bill is part of a larger tax package, but that does not make this idea any better or more palatable. Businesses are already subject to Nebraska's income tax, and you are already subjecting them to double taxation by further taxing businesses on their costs to perform basic business activities. It's a bad idea for Nebraska business communities. It's bad for your consumers, and this will damage the state's reputation as a great place to do business. As written, LB 1354 will implement a tax that won't punish just a handful of faceless billion-dollar companies, as you just heard from your Deputy Department of Revenue, of out-of-state businesses, but instead it will adversely impact every single consumer or business who advertises here in Nebraska. Every single consumer or business, such as yourself, your mom and pop hardware stores in Chadron or Gering, your family processing business in Glenville, your family restaurants in Superior. And ironically, I've actually been to all of these towns in your state because I used to be a bank examiner here. It's these folks that work hard every day trying to get their name on a map to get the customers in the door. These businesses are the backbone of your Nebraska communities, and they are literally just trying to get their name on a map. Besides the double taxation issue, these are all sorts of legal challenges that Nebraska would set themselves up for. The dollar threshold set in this bill excludes local businesses from administering the tax. Yes, it sets the local threshold. It excludes your local businesses from the threshold. And I've passed out a bunch of information from cost. It talks about First Amendment, the Commerce Clause, and the Foreign Commerce Clause. There's ITFA, Internet Tax Freedom Act, which has other constitutional issues. Your Deputy Department of Revenue individual talked about, don't worry about Maryland. They've passed this type of a piece of legislation 3 years ago, and they're still tied up in the courts. I would highly suggest you take a look at your language. I would listen to some attorneys, and I would communicate with the attorneys with the documentation that I passed out, and listen to the experts on this. It's not worth the legal fees that you're going to incur. The other thing that's different about your bill that is not done in Maryland is your IP. And that is also another legal concern. You have an IP address, which also has privacy concerns as well.
Okay,
Thank you. Oh, sorry. Do you have, I'll stand by for questions.
Do we have any questions from the committee? Senator Duncan.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you for being here.
Yeah.
It's always nice to talk to another state legislator recovering, though you mentioned. You mentioned in your testimony concerns about like local mom and pop shops, things like that. You know, what we're talking about, it sounds like, though, are companies that have gross income of over $1 billion. So can you talk a little bit more about what the effect is that you're concerned we would see about local entities if we're talking about these $1 billion companies?
So this is a sales tax. You're talking about the way it's assessed. You're talking about assessing, it's basically the administration of the tax for companies that are making $1 billion. And that fee is being assessed by the $1 billion companies. So your mom and pop shops, if they want to get on your device, they're going to have to pay a fee. If they want to advertise, they're going to have to place an advertisement on these social media platforms. They're going to be assessed the fee. First off, by assessing the fee on the billion, if having the fee being assessed by $1 billion company, first by setting that different threshold from the in-state versus the out-of-state advertising companies, that is a commerce clause. You are now discriminating between an out-of-state company and in-state company. You can't do that. It not only violates the United States Commerce Clause, it violates an international commerce clause. That's one. Two, the way it works is if you have a social media platform charging a fee, it's a consumption-based tax. It comes down. They have to charge it. They collect and remit it. It's on your invoice that shows up, and it's paid and remitted. And you're going to hear from retailers. There's more opposition testimony coming, and they'll explain how they will have to charge and remit it. Their customers are going to come in. They'll place the ad. They'll have to charge and remit it to their customers, and then they'll have to pass it on to their customers, and they'll have to pass it on to their customers.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Senator Dunn. And are there any other questions from the committee? Senator Von Gillen.
Thank you for being here.
Yep.
Asked this question last time, embarrassed myself. I'll ask you the same question. I'm looking for your signature on the data that you handed out, and I don't see it. Are you representing, you're not here on behalf of NCSL?
Nope. I
Who are you?
actually
Who are you
introduced
speaking on behalf
myself.
of?
I am here for the Association of National Advertisers, Association of National Advertisers is how I'm registered to lobby.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Von Gillen. Are there other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
You bet. If you have further questions, my contact information is on the registry for the lobbyist.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you very much. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Chairwoman Linehan, members of the Revenue Committee, my name is Taylor Wallet, Taylorwalet, and I serve as area president for iHeartMedia in Omaha and Ogallala. Most notably KFAB, KXKT in Omaha, and The Lake and News 930 out in Ogallala. I'm urging you to oppose LB 1354's charging sales tax on advertising would harm our station's continued ability to serve Nebraska communities and ultimately would harm Nebraska's economy. Advertising is a lifeblood of local radio stations such as ours, which, unlike digital and other communications platforms, are completely free to our listeners. The revenues that advertising brings in are reinvested in serving our communities in a multitude of ways: locally focused news and journalism, support for nonprofit and charitable groups, and jobs. In fact, radio broadcast and television stations have a total economic impact in the state of Nebraska of $7.6 billion annually. All of this is a great risk of advertising we rely on is subject to a new tax. For example, fundraising drives spearheaded by our radio stations include KXKT's Children's Hospital Radiothon, which over the last 20 years has raised over $5.5 million. Recently in November, KFAB did a one-day fundraiser for the Open Door Mission that raised $109,000 in one day. Daily public service announcements, nearly 13,000 in 2023 alone, support causes benefiting veterans, families, youth and adult education programs, and other community-based services. I've attached a summary exhibit of several examples detailing this. Additionally, a new tax would put pressure on our already strained budgets, forcing cuts in jobs, investments in our critical infrastructure, loss of local talent, and more. It would present us with the choice of having to raise our advertising prices on local businesses, many of whom rely on radio as an affordable way to market themselves, or just likely to eat the tax and keep their business. In other words, when broadcast radio stations' revenues suffer, everything we do in and for our communities, while that is not the intent of LB 1354, would absolutely be the effect if it were to become law. An additional uncertainty is the threshold of applying the tax to companies over $1 billion in revenue, as it isn't clear whether our stations are included in the bill's definition of news media entities. Broadcasters compete with each other locally, market by market. The overall ad revenue of our parent companies has little to no bearing on this local competitive environment.
Thank you.
I urge, respectfully request you oppose LB 1354. Thank you for your consideration. I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Willett. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for being
Thank you.
here. Good
Good afternoon. Chairwoman Linehan and members of the Revenue Committee. My name is Shannon Booth, SHANNON, space BOOTH. I am the chair of the Nebraska Broadcasters Association and the vice president and general manager for several local television stations across Nebraska. This includes KOLN 1011 in Lincoln, KSNB Local 4 in Hastings, serving the Tri-Cities, and KNOP News 2 in North Platte. I am here today urging you to oppose LB 1354. A sales tax on local advertising would have significant negative consequences for our local NBA member stations and personnel. With newspapers a shell of their former selves, local broadcasters are the last source of local news and the only news produced in Nebraska by Nebraskans. 1 in 4 journalists lives in DC, New York, or LA, and as local media struggles, that percentage is growing every year. We take our commitment to our viewers, users, and listeners very seriously. Those commitments take significant funding. We hire the best journalists and invest in millions of dollars of equipment and technology, and taxes threaten what we do every day. I would welcome you to visit any of our local stations or local technology hubs to better understand what's at stake. Local broadcasters are the counterweight to the national narratives. There is a reason why local news is the most trusted source of news, regardless of age, race, political ideology, etc. It's because we are local and we understand those local communities, and local broadcasters live here and truly care. A few examples that I'll share today. I've been at TV stations, even put up cots, catered in food, and managed schedules so teams could sleep there during ongoing flood or other life-saving coverage. I've been there on election night with news teams working through the night to get those final local results. I spent days, nights, and weekends supporting local broadcasters who did whatever was needed during the pandemic, many even reporting from the decks of their apartments in order to keep our communities informed. And our marketing executives supported our local advertisers and local businesses thrust into crisis mode. I've been in a TV control room producing live coverage of a tornado that's heading towards the station itself. We are FCC licensed to keep our viewers safe, so that's what we do no matter what. I could go on and on with examples from the dedicated teams I've had the opportunity to work with in my 25 years. The bottom line is local matters, it always will, and local broadcasters need to be here. LB 1354 would put what local broadcasters do at risk. Local jobs would be lost as broadcast stations would be expected to eat the tax by a majority of advertisers who will refuse to increase their budgets to account for the tax. Stations would have to reduce
Ma'am.
staff to account for significant loss of top-line revenue. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Have we any questions from the committee? I'm sorry, any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for being here. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chairwoman Linehan and members of the Revenue Committee. For the record, my name is Bill Boyer, Billboyer, and I am from Scottsbluff, the market manager for the Nebraska Rural Radio Association. We're the only farmer and rancher-owned radio stations in the country. We own and operate radio stations in Scottsbluff, Lexington, Cozad, Holdridge, West Point, York, and Broken Bow. I also serve as the current treasurer for the Nebraska Broadcasters Association. I'm here to testify in opposition of LB 1354 as the removal of the exemption of advertising from Nebraska State Sales Tax Code would be highly detrimental to the future of radio and television stations across the state. Even though it's currently written, this proposal would likely not have any impact on our company as our annual revenue is far, far, far below the $1 billion threshold. I am here to testify that this bill is not in the best interest of not only the media industry, but all businesses across the state. The bottom line is this bill will cause Nebraskans employed in the media industry to lose their jobs. We rely on advertising income to operate our business. Without it, we cannot provide the news, weather, and sports coverage that rural Nebraskans depend on us for. Look up and down main streets across the state, and you'll see numerous small businesses that have closed their doors over the past few years. The potential number of advertisers that we can help continues to get smaller, and this bill would cause unnecessary additional expenses for Nebraska businesses, forcing many of them to stop advertising altogether. Further, this sales tax exemption applies nearly exclusively to business transactions. There are only a small fraction of transactions that would be personal to business, so the removal of this exemption would only further hurt these businesses. We've been serving rural Nebraska for 80 years. We have not sold out to large corporations as we feel we know how to best be the local source for information that these rural Nebraskans deserve. I urge you to consider rejecting this bill as it would only serve to worsen the hurdles that we must overcome to continue to be the rural voice of Nebraska. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much, Mr. Boyer. Senator Meyer.
Just a quick question, and KRVN is my station of choice.
Thank you.
But you said in your statement here that your advertising threshold is far below $1 billion.
Yes.
And yet this only applies to companies over $1 billion. So if they get taxed and you don't, wouldn't that actually drive some business toward you?
Most likely, no. There's things that we can offer. There's also some, we sell third-party digital advertising that goes through companies that earn over $1 billion. So we most likely would have to pass those expenses that get raised to us on as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Meyer. Are there other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you much for being here. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Linehan, members of the Revenue Committee. My name is Tim, J-I-M, T-I-M-M, that does rhyme. I serve as President and Executive Director of the Nebraska Broadcasters Association. We represent FCC licensed radio and television stations, free over-the-air broadcasting all across the state that are licensed by the Federal Communications Commission to serve their respective communities. We oppose LB 1354 because of the economic harm it would bring to our industry, as testified by my good members here behind me. We feel that most advertisers on any kind of an ad budget would likely tell stations to eat the tax because they can't or won't raise their ad budget by 7.5% to account for it. With advertising being our revenue source, that means losses would lead to job cuts and potential service cuts. Operating a TV or radio station under the federal government license that it comes with brings a lot of regulation and a lot of obligation, and public safety alerting is one of those most critical responsibilities. Local broadcasters are tasked with supporting the nation's emergency alert system, or EAS as it's known, by installing, maintaining, and upgrading EAS equipment for public safety alerting, times of severe weather, and other emergencies. Local broadcasters are also an integral part of Nebraska's Amber Alert and Endangered Missing Advisory protocols. We work closely with the Attorney General's office, with NEMA, Nebraska State Patrol, local law enforcement, and others. We alert the public to assist in finding kidnapped children and people of all ages with various medical conditions that may have gone missing. All of these services and others mentioned previously by our members that spoke before me are provided with pride and a commitment to serving Nebraskans. These services also cost money to provide. Advertising is the engine that fuels our economy. It informs people of goods, services, events, purchases people may want to make, sometimes purchases we have to make. Advertising is a business-to-business service enterprise and a necessary business input to drive economic growth. I think we all believe that attracting new businesses and new residents would greatly expand Nebraska's tax base, but taxing advertising would work against that, sending another reminder far and wide that Nebraska is a high-tax state and not very friendly to business. On behalf of our member stations across the state, we respectfully ask that you oppose LB 1354. Thank you for your consideration. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Tim. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for
Thank you.
being here. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair Linehan, members of the committee. My name is Ryan McIntosh, MCINTOSH, and I appear before you today as a registered lobbyist for the Nebraska Bankers Association and the National Federation of Independent Business. While seemingly aimed at large firms providing digital advertising services, it can hardly be argued that this new tax would not be passed through and ultimately borne by small business and purchasers of digital advertising. Given the wide reach and relatively low cost of digital marketing, small businesses will be particularly harmed by a tax on advertising services. Historically, taxation of advertising services has not been well received. In 1987, the state of Florida adopted a broad sales tax on advertising services, which was immediately repealed in a series of special sessions after significant backlash and a threatened boycott of the advertising industry in Florida. I was not here at that time, but Bob Hallstrom assured me that this did happen. More recently, a digital advertising tax similar to the proposed LB 1354 was enacted by the state of Maryland. I won't go into any more details because you've already heard about that. So moving on, while acknowledging that the revenues to be derived from the proposed tax on advertising services is part of a grander plan to provide significant property tax relief, both the NBA and the NFIB are opposed to accomplishing tax relief to utilizing a tax shift to provide property tax relief. Given that the proposed tax on advertising is of questionable legal validity and would ultimately be borne by small business, we would ask the committee to indefinitely postpone the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McIntosh. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is John Gage. That's JOHNGAGE. I am here speaking on behalf of Americans for Prosperity. I am testifying in opposition to LB 1354. AFP activists engage friends and neighbors on key issues and advocate for building an economy that works for all Nebraskans. Government should not be using its taxing authority to pick winners and losers. Taxing companies because of their size is a distortion of the market and antithetical to the way Nebraska has done business in the past. In Nebraska, we believe in treating folks fairly and not demonizing businesses and weaponizing the tax code. This bill, under the guise of taxing large tech companies, would really be harming Nebraska businesses and the Nebraska economy. There's hardly a single restaurant, coffee shop, or boutique that does not leverage the power of digital marketing. Creating a digital tax would make companies think twice about investing further in our state and would harm businesses and consumers who use the internet, which frankly is just about everyone. This digital tax is a distortion in the market that will harm Nebraska small businesses, Nebraska consumers, and the Nebraska economy. Our state has in recent years earned a reputation as a business-friendly state. It's taken years of hard work to recruit successful businesses to our state that have helped create thousands of good-paying jobs. Now the legislature is threatening this hard work by raising taxes on businesses and taxpayers alike. We must reject the nonsense that tax reform can only happen by raising taxes. Long-term, prudent tax reform will only come through government limiting its spending on all levels of government, not through increased taxation. Cutting property taxes is a goal we can all agree on as Nebraskans. Raising taxes is something that every senator should reject. I urge this committee to oppose LB 1354, oppose raising taxes, and oppose ineffective tax shifts. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gage. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here.
Hello. Thank you for having me, Senator Linehan and the Committee. I appreciate it. My name is Robert Richardson, ROBERT, and I'm here to represent a couple entities, the American Ad Federation of Nebraska and my small business of A&K Marketing. We are an ad agency, a small business that will be affected by this. So me and my wife own A&K Marketing, and we're an advertising agency located in Omaha, and my residence is in Saunders County. I wish to express my strong opposition to Advertising Service Tax Act LB 1354. This proposed legislation has raised significant concerns within our industry, and we believe it could have detrimental effects not only on our advertisers, our media outlets and advertising agencies, but also on the broader Nebraska economy. A little bit about A&K Marketing. We're a full-service advertising specialized in strategic marketing planning, placement, advertising across media for clients in many different industries in Nebraska, all across different communities and outside Nebraska as well, representing nonprofits, multitude of different industries. I grew up on a ranch in northwest Nebraska, and I'm also frustrated with excessive property tax and can appreciate Governor Pillen trying to fund the property tax reduction. However, I don't know if this bill is the answer to reduce property tax without shifting the cost of advertising to the industry to pay the difference in tax burden and have unintended consequences. It does have effect, advertising small business we represent, and they will have the pass-through of 7.5% to our clients, and they'll pass that on to theirs and also reduce their budgets, so have smaller budgets, less money to tax, and that revenue has a cascading effect. Some of the emphasize some of the key points. Tax and advertising would hurt most Main Street businesses, as brought up other people have discussed as well. Place additional financial burden on businesses that rely on advertising to promote their products and services, especially small and local enterprises. Advertising the engine that fuels the economy. Less advertising means decreased sales, resulting in less revenue for tax, state, and going forward, the very goal you're trying to accomplish. A vibrant advertising industry is critical for the economy growth and generation as it has for over 100 years. And taxing would add a narrative of Nebraska being unfriendly to business. You've heard that multiple times today. And reverse the monumentum or gain that through the tax code changes passed earlier this year, which I thought were great. Nebraska has made strides in fostering business-friendly environment. This proposed tax erode the progress made in attracting and retaining businesses. So I think some amount of time.
Thank you.
Any questions you have?
We'll see. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for being here.
I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Sarah Wilson, SARAWILSON, and I'm here representing the Greater Omaha Chamber of Commerce, Nebraska Chamber of Commerce, and Lincoln Chamber of Commerce. And I appreciate the opportunity to testify today against LB 1354. As a professional at advertising agencies for over 12 years, I am very familiar with digital advertising services and buying media advertising. While I understand the intention of this bill is to tax billion-dollar tech companies, the reality is any increased cost to those businesses will just be passed on to Nebraska businesses and consumers. And to explain, a lot of the media companies here represented, they do purchase their media from those big tech companies, which then will pass on those taxes to them and then to pass on to businesses. Advertising is a business-to-business expense. B2B expenses are not taxed for the most part in this country because it is understood that it rolls down to the prices of goods and services to the customer, leading to a pyramid effect or multiplication of taxes they incur. Further, this law would have a multitude of legal challenges with substantial claim, starting with how it violates the Internet Tax Freedom Act and unconstitutionally discriminates against interstate commerce. And I bet Google, Facebook, Disney, Amazon, and more have very deep pockets to fund all of those lawsuits for years to come. We've seen states like Maryland spend millions of dollars in legal fees trying to uphold a similar law, and I don't want Nebraska to be in the same position, especially when, at its root, the law is to the detriment of Nebraska businesses. I heard Governor Pillen speak at the Greater Omaha Chamber of Commerce annual meeting on Tuesday this week, and he spoke at length about the need to cut property taxes. Very valid goal, and I believe in that. He said he was open to anything except taxes on grocery items, taxes that would hurt our most vulnerable, and taxes that would negatively impact our competitiveness as a state. This tax would certainly negatively impact our competitiveness by applying a tax that trickles down to businesses other states don't have on their businesses. The evidence is readily apparent in the fact that there are incredibly few initiatives trying to do this. If it was such an easy way to generate more tax revenue, I think it'd be a more popular route. I respectfully ask the Revenue Committee to consider the potential adverse consequences during their consideration of this bill. Thank you for your attention in exploring these options.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee? And I don't expect you to know this, but maybe broadly somebody does. The fiscal note says that this would bring in over time, 25, 26, over $50 million. So I don't know if my math's right, but about how much revenue, what is the gross revenue advertiser, cost of advertising in the state of Nebraska?
I don't know what the gross advertising spend is from all advertisers. But it would have to be also calculated on how much revenue, how much of that spend goes towards companies that qualify for this tax. So how much people spend on advertising through Google, Amazon, Facebook, Sinclair, Gray Media.
Okay, well, maybe we'll figure it out up here. Okay, any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thanks.
Thank you.
Chairwoman Linehan, members of the Revenue Committee, my name is Rich Otto, R-I-C-H-O-T-T-O, testifying in opposition to LB 1354 on behalf of the Nebraska Retail Federation, the Nebraska Hospitality Association, the Nebraska Grocery Industry Association, and the Nebraska Petroleum Marketers and Convenience Store Association. The structure of LB 1354 has previously been mentioned, so I'll skip over that. But first of all, I just want to mention that this is a tax on Nebraska businesses and individuals. Let me repeat that. This is a tax on Nebraska businesses and individuals. Clearly, with the pass-through mechanism, sure, advertising providers like Google and Facebook could eat the 7.5%. Do we anticipate them to do that? Absolutely not. So again, passing it on to businesses raises all the prices of goods and services for individuals. In my handout, it goes over a lot of the concerns that others have brought up with Maryland, also the other ways that it discriminates, First Amendment concerns. So feel free to look that over to go over all of those. One point that was previously just brought up a little bit was the stacking or the pyramid effect of taxes. And I just wanted to touch on that. Specifically to businesses that have to collect and remit occupation and taxes in Nebraska. It's a triple layer tax. So basically you'll have the advertising tax, then you have the occupation tax, which we have on lodging, prepared foods. And so those occupation taxes, you apply the occupation tax, then you also apply the sales tax on the occupation tax. So you'll have the advertising tax, then the occupation tax will be applied on that, and then sales tax gets applied on both. So actually the net of this goes up by another 1% or 1.5% by having taxes upon taxes. With that, happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Maybe because of your associations, you would know, when I do the math on this fiscal note, it appears that the Revenue Department thinks that expenditures on advertising on these platforms over $1 billion is $666 million.
That is spent on those platforms in the state? Yeah, I wouldn't deny it. I mean, it's significant.
Okay.
So retailers, they have definitely pivoted or do a blend of advertising with local. A lot of times it depends on what you sell. If you're an appliance retailer, you probably do some online, but you have probably a 50-mile radius just because people don't ship, a dishwasher or a washing machine, something across state. If you're selling T-shirts or other things, you may actually be selling outside of state lines and be advertising across the country with these. So depending on the type of product you sell, But nearly all restaurants and retailers, even if they're local and only have a 50-mile radius, still use this because it's an excellent way to pinpoint your target market.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Thank you, Chairman Linehan, members of the Revenue Committee. My name is Carter Teal. I am the Policy and Research Coordinator for the Lincoln Independent Business Association. That's spelled CARTERTHIELE. I get to be the last guy who reiterates a lot of the same stuff that everybody said before, but we represent a lot of those mom and pop shops that have been mentioned. And for a lot of them, they're operating on thin margins, and digital advertising in particular is the most cost-effective way for them to get their message out. And we fear that the trickle-down effect of raising the taxes, as the gentleman before me said, yes, Facebook and Google could eat those, but probably what's going to happen is they're going to raise rates to offset the additional cost. On a general note, it does harm Nebraska's reputation for free enterprise on a national level. And it does create a lot of uncertainty going forward as it places this new tax, which is instituting quite a few different elements, all in the hands of the tax commissioner to be announced later, and not providing clear guidelines or procedures in the statute itself. There may be a lot of confusion for businesses to comply with these new regulations, legal disputes. In conclusion, the adverse effects of LB 1310 far outweigh any potential benefits. We urge our lawmakers to reconsider this bill and seek alternative solutions to gaining revenue that do not place undue burdens on our businesses and our economy. Thank you, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for being here. Any questions from the committee? I just have one, and I don't expect you to answer it, but it's something I think the committee would be interested in. Do the rates for digital advertising change when you, like if you're in a bigger metro? Is the rate higher in Kansas City than it is in Omaha? Is it higher in Chicago than it is in Omaha? How do they figure out what the rates are?
Now, I'm not speaking from firsthand knowledge of this, but what I would assume is that if you are purchasing Google ads or Facebook ads, then they would be relatively similar. However, that would be something that I would have to look up at a later
It's okay.
date.
And I'm speaking more broadly, like I would be interested. I think the committee would find that helpful.
Well, what we would fear is maybe they would find other solutions than just the market price for the consumer. There would be other ways around making up for that lost ROI.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair Linehan, members of the committee. My name is Matt Schaefer, MATTSCHAEFER, appearing today on behalf of the Nebraska Press Association in opposition to LB 1354. Founded in 1873, the Press Association is made up of Nebraska's newspapers and is one of our state's oldest trade associations. While the introduced version of the bill does include an exemption for news media, we are still opposed to the bill for the reasons that you've already heard this afternoon. Also, importantly, we're concerned that if the legislature is looking for revenue in future years, it would be easy to strike that exemption, and then newspapers would be subject to the tax. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Thank you. Are there any other opponents? Anyone wanting to testify in the neutral position? Okay, with that, we have Senator Albright, would you like to close? We have, is this the right one? Yes. We have 2 proponents and 19 opponents. Okay.
Again, I'd like to thank everyone who testified today. This is certainly a bill that has a lot of, I understand that the newspapers are excluded, okay? But again, the $1 billion threshold, I would like to sit down and visit with some of these folks about what kind of numbers are we talking? You know, if it's a car dealer that has a banner up and they put something up, but I think I heard too that they don't really charge for people to look at their site, so I'm not quite sure if they don't have to pay. Somebody has to pay for the advertising. So between now and the time that we decide whether we're going forward with these exemptions or not, I would like to set up some time to visit with these folks a little bit deeper so that they can understand what I see in the way the bill's written and the way they interpret it. So,
Thank you. Are there any questions for Senator Albright? Seeing none, we've closed the hearing on 1354, and we will open the hearing on LB 1311. Don't worry, John, you'll be hearing from us. Really mad? Yeah. Okay, guys, we're moving along quickly. Hello? We're going to start the hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Linehan and members of the Revenue Committee. I am Senator Fred Meyer, FRED-MEYER, and I represent District 41. And today I'm introducing LB 1311. LB 1311 and the white copy amendment, which is very important, changes the definition of gross receipts for sales and use taxes to remove exemptions listed under gross income received for animal specialty services, which includes veterinary services and animal grooming performed by a licensed veterinarian or a licensed veterinarian technician in conjunction with medical treatment. It is important to clarify that this bill does not remove sales tax exemption on livestock veterinary service. Food animal veterinary services are exempt. This bill would also make changes to include the gross income received for storage services and moving services under the definition of gross receipts for sales and use taxes by the Department of Revenue. Further, some of the comments that Senator Kauth made early in the testimony today would also apply to this bill and my opening statement here. It is also important to note that the fiscal note that is included with this bill is not accurate at all, since it included the food animal section. So we will continue to work on that. And this bill is my proposed solution to help reach the governor's plan of lowering property taxes. And this is only a very small part of a large plan. So with that, I would welcome any questions.
Thank you, Senator Meyer. Are there any questions from the committee? So the fiscal note, I can see, so they just took all veterinary services, including animal
There will be a correction coming.
Right, okay.
They've been overworked over there, I think.
Well, I think maybe lately they have been. So, all right, any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. Are there any proponents? Are there any opponents? And opponents, again, it helps a lot if you move up to the front if you want to testify. It speeds it along. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Senators. My name is Bruce Brodersen, BRUCE-BRODERSEN. I'm a veterinarian here to oppose LB 1311 on behalf of the Nebraska Veterinary Medical Association. Veterinarians are essential healthcare professionals who provide services that safeguard public health. Imposing sales tax on veterinary services restricts access to care and impacts public health of both animals and humans. Veterinarians serve on the front line for recognition of emerging diseases that can be transmitted to humans and animals, or from animals. Veterinary care is essential in protecting public from zoonotic diseases such as rabies, leptospirosis, and a variety of flea and tick-borne diseases. I understand and thank Senator Meyer for creating the change, removing the exemption, or removing the exemption for livestock veterinary services. But pet production is also an enterprise, a business enterprise, and when veterinarians provide services to these businesses, the cost associated with these services would be an input expense. Even if the tax is limited to pet veterinary services, it's still bad policy. Is this a slippery slope for human medicine in terms of physicians and dentists and other health professionals? Only 4 states currently tax veterinary services. Such taxes are regressive, as we've talked about before with other sales taxes, and disproportionately impact low-income animal owners. An American Veterinary Medical Association survey demonstrates that affordability is the primary consideration of pet owners in seeking a veterinarian. Nearly 1/3 of dog owners did not visit a veterinary clinic in the previous year, citing inability to pay as the reason for not seeking veterinary care. Adding 5.5% to 7.5% to the cost of veterinary care will be a deal breaker in a lot of cases for these lower income individuals. Unlike human health care, veterinary services are not widely covered by insurance, but are almost exclusively paid for out of pocket. Once these drug and service costs become too much to bear, this leads to increased pet abandonment and thus burdening animal shelters. Taxing spay and neuter surgeries decreases access necessary to address Nebraska's pet overpopulation problem, resulting in further overcrowding in shelters and more feral dogs and cats, which can contract and transmit diseases to humans. I urge you to not advance LB 1311, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee? Don't you pay tax on farm drugs? When you go, it seems to me, when you go and you get the medicine, there's a tax on the medicine.
For livestock, I don't know.
No, not on livestock, on pets.
Yes, on pet drugs, some drugs, there is already,
Right.
such as heartworm medications and things like that.
That's what I thought. Okay. All right. Any other questions? Thank you very much for being here. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Senator Linehan and members of the Revenue Committee. My name is Pam Weiss Bundy, PAMWIESE and I am the interim president and CEO of the Nebraska Humane Society in Omaha. We offer shelter to animals from Omaha and the surrounding communities who don't have any other place to go. Every year, more than 18,000 animals come into NHS. In these tight economic times, we've seen a number of people relinquishing animals to our shelter because the pet has a medical issue they didn't anticipate and can't afford. Sometimes it's an emergency surgery, a fracture or trauma. Maybe it's a genetic issue that's become painful for the pet, like dysplasia. Last year, 146 people were forced to part with their pets in order to save them, offer pain-free life, or treat an illness. This year, the year before it was 147, and in 2021 it was 136 pets relinquished to us because of medical. We currently have 200 plus pets on our waiting list, many whose owners cite financial difficulty. We try hard to keep pets in homes. We provide a pet food pantry, free behavior help, pet food deliveries for pet owners using Meals on Wheels. We've offered low-cost spays and neuters, and we have a limited medical fund. It's called the Forever Home Fund, and it provides help with one-time medical treatments. Last year, we helped 55 people partially pay for treatments, like fracture repairs and pancreatitis. But there are many more requests than this fund can handle. We are in opposition to LB 1311 and the imposition of a sales tax on veterinary services because the additional pressures this would put on animal owners already struggling to pay bills. If pet owners decide to forego the care of their animals, we worry about the health of the pets going forward. What's more, if animal owners are not able to provide needed care, more and more animals will, as Dr. Broderson said, show up in our already overstretched shelters. But there's an even greater impact to the pet owner who has to give up a living, breathing member of their family. A study commissioned by the Access to Veterinary Care Coalition looked at barriers to veterinary care. A 2015 survey showed 95% of respondents indicate their animal to be a family member. In 2015, 59% of dog owners and 56% of cat owners viewed their animal like a child. Also noted in the study, pets positively affect our health by lowering stress levels, providing socialization for owners who are isolated, providing us a sense of worth as we give care. They improve mental health. So to nurture a pet for years, then be faced with your inability to offer care and to have to give up on that bond is devastating. Pet owners currently have few resources for help with care.
Ma'am.
Let's not add to it by taxing the veterinary care.
Thank you.
Thank you, and I'm open for questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee?
Thank you.
No, wait, I have one.
Oh.
You cover the Omaha area.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any idea how many pet licenses there are in Douglas County?
Oh, so we don't do county, we do Omaha and Sarpy because Omaha contracts us. I want to say there are, I believe that we licensed 120 in Omaha and another 20 in Sarpy, but I actually can get that number for you by the end of the.
Okay, then, and then any estimate you have on how many unlicensed pets there are?
Gosh, it's hard to tell. I know that there are unlicensed pets. Clearly, I'm not sure how many that would be.
Okay, thank you very much for being
You
here.
bet.
Other opponents? Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Lenahan and members of the Revenue Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Jason Ball, and for the record, that's JASONBALL. I'm the President and CEO of the Lincoln Chamber of Commerce, and I appear today in opposition to 1311 on behalf of the Lincoln Chamber of Commerce, the Nebraska Chamber of Commerce, and the National Federation of Independent Business. We all share concerns that this is going to have a negative impact to businesses, many of them small businesses, through increased prices to customers and increased operating costs to business. The Tax Foundation estimates this to be 30% or more. It will all additionally, bills like this will impact workforce in a negative way. Nebraska's workforce challenges are the #1 deterrent to growing our economy, and sales tax increases like this fall hardest on young workforce and families, the very people that we're trying to recruit to our state to solve our workforce issues. It's been demonstrated that the only way to actually reduce the overall tax burden to Nebraska taxpayers is to limit government spending, both at a state and local level, to a level below economic growth, and then allocate the excess tax revenue to fund tax reductions. In other words, grow our economy rather than slicing up the same economic pie in a way that creates winners and losers based on things like geography, income level, demographics, business or industry type. The Lincoln Chamber has a policy against tax shifts, and the Nebraska Chamber has a similar policy opposing expansion of the sales tax base. The Lincoln Chamber's policy specifically references tax relief through state spending can turn into a tax shift that does nothing to lower our overall tax burden. It's been acknowledged by many of the proponents that those supporting this sales tax increase and others like it do not lower the overall tax burden. This kind of tax shift increases the tax burden on some Nebraskans to pay for reducing the tax burden on other Nebraskans. As a state, we believe we can do better through economic growth. In recent years, policy enacted by this legislature improved our tax ranking and made us more competitive, a true one Nebraska approach. And I want to please note, while we oppose 1311 and other efforts to expand the sales tax rate and base, we fully support the efforts by the governor and others for comprehensive tax reform. The chambers have enthusiastically supported the incredible achievements of the legislature and governor to deliver over $14.7 billion in direct property tax relief between 2015 through 2029, But that was part of greater comprehensive tax relief efforts totaling $22 billion over that time. I'm out of time. I would appreciate any questions you have for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? I'm doing this for the record, and I'm not, you'll feel like I'm just picking on you, but I'm not really.
I appreciate that, Senator.
Okay.
Thank you.
But it's also kind of a warning as we move into the night. You know, we had a couple bills yesterday to limit government spending. I don't think the chambers showed up. Well, at least they didn't show up for one of them. We had a bill yesterday to limit government spending to 3% on local governments, and I don't think any of the chambers showed up to help with that.
Thank you for the question, Senator. So it's my understanding that we have some misgivings based on local control related to things like a hard cap broadly applied. However, we enthusiastically supported Senator Von Gilleren's bill to get back to what I'll reference loosely as a zero-based budgeting model, so that folks that are in charge of property tax at a local level are at least asked to match that with their budget moving forward. And again, under a more comprehensive approach, we would enthusiastically support efforts like this that benefit all Nebraskans.
Okay. Thank you. Are there any other questions from the committee? Senator Duncan.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you for being here. So you were here last year when we went through some of these larger conversations regarding taxes and the various tax cuts that were implemented. You know, there were a lot of, I feel like, people that came in and provided data, you know, Platt Institute, yourself, with regards to sort of the benefits to Nebraska that they argued were incumbent, you know, in reducing those income and corporate tax rates and property tax. Where do you see the data talking about the sales tax rates that we're talking about here? Or is there data or analysis that's been done with regards to the benefit of broadening the base that we're talking about here today?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Senator. The Lincoln and Nebraska Chamber both have requested more broad understanding of what the impacts long-term of shifts like this will create. Again, I referenced both by geography, industry, different business sizes and types, and again, with respect to any impacts to our ability to recruit workforce. This is a pretty fundamental shift that we're talking about. And again, we appreciate the governor and other senators' plans to try to reduce the property tax burden on the state. That's a real issue. But the methods that we have been presented with in this session, we have some concerns that they are not as well understood as we would like them to be. An additional analysis, if we're going to take that kind of a fundamental shift, would be something we would encourage.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you, Senators.
Other opponents? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Linehan, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Corby Gilbertson. It's spelled Korby Gilbertson. I'm appearing today on behalf of the Nebraska Horsemen's Benevolent and Protective Association, otherwise known as the HBPA, in opposition to LB 1311. Racehorses are kind of found in an interesting position in this bill. They are not considered a pet. And they are not what most of us would call livestock, even though former revenue departments have kind of put them in that classification. This legislation kind of opens up that issue again, and to determine whether or not they would fall under the group that would get taxed. The concern here is that they are clearly an integral part of this business. They're an input, and this is an expense that could not be passed on. So for veterinary services, and then also for specialty services, we have a concern that this would sweep us under that, and would hope that it would be exempt.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? I actually was wondering that too. So it's not, so far, the revenue department has considered them livestock.
Right.
Which makes sense with the history of Nebraska.
Right, but they're not, they're not what most of us would think of as.
So you're saying we need to make that clear?
Yeah, we think it would be helpful to have a clearer definition.
Okay. Thank you. Senator Duncan.
Sorry. To help answer this, hopefully in the form of a question. I had the exact same question too. And it does specifically reference in the amendment, Nebraska Revised Statute 54183, which is a definition of livestock. And it says domestic cattle, horses, mules, donkeys, sheep, or swine. So
Okay.
it seems
And
like
I was looking through the amendment on my phone.
Yes.
So I did not have time to cross-reference those. So then the specialty services would still be a concern then as well for them.
Okay. Okay, we will work on that. Thank you.
Try and be
Thanks,
helpful
Senator
in the
Dunn.
form
That's
of a
very
question.
helpful. I'm sorry, was there any other questions? Okay, thank you. Any other opponents? Yeah. How many more opponents do we have? Okay. I'm sorry, raise it, because I want to make sure we can get, I don't know when the hour is up, but raise your hands again. Okay. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Linehan and members of the Revenue Committee. Thank you for your open ears as I explain why we should oppose LB 1311. My name is Travis Berglund. That's TravisBerglund, and I am the Operations Coordinator for Dino Storage. Dino Storage is a family-owned company with 16 locations here in Nebraska. At the heart of any thriving economy are small businesses, the lifeblood of our communities. At Dino Storage and in Nebraska, numerous enterprises, from startups to family-owned businesses, utilize self-storage units to store inventory, tools, and equipment. We've got a lot of different businesses, from photography to contractors to cleaning services, you name it, they do some self-storage business. Imposing a tax on self-storage facilities threatens the economic viability of these entities, potentially leading to closure of business, especially when you consider that cities in Nebraska will add their own tax on top of the state tax imposed. Nebraska should be a place where entrepreneurship flourishes, not where it is stifled by unnecessary taxation. Such a scenario not only hampers economic growth, but also risks driving businesses away to more tax-friendly jurisdictions. Another of the most compelling reasons to reconsider self-storage tax is its impact on the men and women who serve in our military. Many military personnel utilize self-storage facilities as a practical solution to store their belongings during deployments or relocations. We have a large military population that comes right from our Offutt Air Force Base there in Belgium. Imposing a tax on these self-storage services directly affects those who sacrifice our nation, increasing their financial burden during our already challenging times. We also know that an increase in taxes will cause more abandoned or neglected property. If individuals and businesses find it economically unfeasible to continue using self-storage facilities, they may resort to alternative, less secure storage options or abandon their belongings altogether. This not only poses a threat to public safety, but also places an additional burden on local authorities and community resources. In conclusion, the cumulative impact of state and local self-storage taxes on small businesses, entrepreneurs, and military personnel, combined with the potential for abandoned property, paints a concerning picture for LB 1311. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Berglund. Any questions from the committee? I just have one. I live in Omaha, represent West Omaha. How many facilities do you now have? You've grown dramatically.
Yeah, 16 in Omaha, 2 in Lincoln, 3 in Des Moines, and 1 in Canada.
Okay. All right. Where in Canada?
Winnipeg.
All right. Great. Thank you. All right. Seeing no other questions, thank you for being here. Next up, opposition testimony.
Good afternoon, esteemed members of the committee and Senator. My name is MJ Bechtold, Bechtold. I'm the regional manager and Nebraska resident for Storage Mart. In Nebraska, we have 13 locations in Omaha and Lincoln. 90% of our business is with individual people that need storage units. I'm in opposition to LB 1311 because a lot of times these individuals are those members of the community that don't have a lot of discretionary income. They don't have a lot of disposable income. A lot of them have been negatively affected by the lack of affordable housing, which is another issue, but it directly affects our business. By imposing a tax on these individuals who are already stretched thin and having to put belongings into storage units because they can't afford where they live is a detriment to not only our business, but to Nebraskans everywhere. Currently, we as a company in Nebraska are opposed to this tax, and I think that's pretty much the crux of the opposition.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Any questions from the committee members? Seeing none, thank you for being here today. Next, opposition testifier.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Von Gillern and members of the committee. My name is Joe Doherty, Joedoherty, with the Self-Storage Association. I'm going to begin by expanding on some of the testimony we just heard from the other two opponents. But let me begin by dispelling a myth about the self-storage industry. Contrary to what you see on Storage Wars, the average self-storage tenant is not a hoarder who uses storage for useless junk or a wealthy collector with a Victrola phonograph sitting in a storage unit. Instead, many self-storage tenants are using their space for their prized possessions while they deal with significant life events such as a death in the family, military deployment, housing or job loss, divorce, or relocation. They've already paid taxes on those belongings, and LB 1311 would require them to pay tax again just to store that property. We do a self-storage demand study at the association through a third-party data analyst every 3 years and interview consumers about their use of self-storage. The most recent self-storage demand study shows that more than 40% of self-storage tenants have annual incomes of less than $50,000. As the other opponents have said, a tax on self-storage rents would just be another burden on these struggling families and individuals. Just a bit about the self-storage industry here in Nebraska. There are about 400 self-storage facilities in the state, and approximately 90% of those are owned and operated by local or regional business owners. The large national companies have a relatively small portion of the self-storage market here in Nebraska. Fundamentally, self-storage does not provide either goods or services. Unlike, I believe, every other industry or good or service that is looking to be taxed, the self-storage owner is a landlord that rents space to their tenants to store their property. A self-storage tenant is similar to an office, retail, or residential tenant, none of which pay tax on their monthly rent. Self-storage is also different from moving services or storage services where you might have somebody come to your house, load up a pod, and then bring it off to a warehouse somewhere. That doesn't happen in self-storage. As the name implies, it's done by the consumer where they remove the property and store it on their own. Finally, I'd like to point out that only 5 states have a specific tax on self-storage rents. The last state to add a tax on self-storage rents was close to 20 years ago. In fact, in that time, 2 states, Arkansas and Minnesota, have repealed their taxes on self-storage rents. Thank you for your time today, and we appreciate your opposition to or removal of self-storage from this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Senator Linehan and the Revenue Committee. My name is William Lang, W-I-L-L-I-A-M, Lang, L-A-N-G-E. I am the president of the Nebraska Self-Storage Owners Association. On the LB 1311, I would like to address one specific item. And on page 8, line 4, item I. This bill proposes to add sales tax to the gross income received for storage services. Self-storage is not a service. Self-storage is simply the rental of real estate. The self-storage owners do not help their renters move in or move out. They simply rent their occupancy or their occupants of their occupants a piece of real estate, much like an apartment or any other piece of real estate, such as a farm, which we're trying to eliminate or reduce the taxes on that farm or real estate by adding sales tax, to my understanding. Self-storage owners already pay real estate taxes. Those taxes amount to about 7 to 15% of that storage owner's annual income. I would suggest that moving services are totally disrelated to the storage industry. I would respectfully ask you to remove line 4 on page 8 of LB 1311. Any questions?
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here. Are there any other opponents? Is anyone wanting to testify in the neutral position? With that, we'll bring the hearing on 1311 to a close. We did have 3 proponents and 115 opponents.
Just very quickly, I won't take too much time, but in closing on LB 1113 and Amendment 2235, I want to thank all the testifiers for coming in today and giving their input on these difficult situations. We're just attempting to try and rebalance the tax situation in Nebraska, and this is just one tiny part of that. So with that, thank Chairman Linehan for her time.
Let's see if we.
Any questions?
Any questions from the committee? See none, thank you. With that, we will open the hearing on 1349, Senator Merman.
Good afternoon, Chair Linehan and members of the Education Committee. My name is Dave Merman. I represent District 38. Today, I'm introducing LB 1349, a bill relating to clothing and cleaning repairs and zoo admissions. I've got a hand up here. I see this bill as one piece of a larger goal to ensure we broaden the tax fairly. Nebraska has a large number of random sales tax exemptions, which in my view do not create a very fair playing field for Nebraska businesses. Because this bill has 2 pieces, I'll first examine the value of removing the exemption on cleaning and repairs. The Platt Institute in a 2019 report, that's clothing repairs, details that when the sales tax was created, Nebraska was primarily a goods-based economy. But over time, Nebraska has shifted to a more service-based economy. So since services have mostly been exempted from the sales tax, the total revenue Nebraska can generate from sales tax decreases and forces a greater reliance on property taxes. In this case, we already have a sales tax on clothing sales, so it seems odd to leave clothing cleaning and clothing repairs out of that base. Through this piece of legislation combined with other bills, we can start to reopen that tax base to make way to broaden property tax relief. Next, I'll specifically address zoo ticket admissions. In a state where our zoo is one of the best zoos in the world, in one of our biggest tourist attraction, it's bad logic to not use that draw in tax revenue. The Henry Dorley Zoo has had an estimated nearly 2 million visitors per year, and with summer single admission ticket prices costing about $32. We're looking at a fairly major revenue source that Nebraska currently exempts. I should also note that this only strikes single admission to the zoos, not memberships. This is because it may be more likely that out-of-state tourism is probably not buying many memberships at the zoo, but that would be mostly Nebraskans already. If Nebraska has a major source of tourism revenue, that should play a role in our tax revenue. I'll also point out that this bill brings logical consistency to our sales tax laws. For example, admissions to museums charge sales tax. Both museums and zoos are similar in the fact that people pay to go there to look at exhibits or learn something. Other places where you pay a ticket that are taxed for admissions include movie theaters, swimming pools, skating rinks, and a long list of others. LB 1349 simply makes sure that we're not picking favorites with our tax codes. The goal of this bill is simple: broaden the sales tax base and reduce our reliance on property taxes. Thank you, and I'm open for any questions.
Thank you very much, Senator Merman. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Are there any proponents? Are there any opponents?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the Revenue Committee. For the record, my name is Dr. Luis Padilla, Luis Padilla. I am the President and CEO of Omaha's Henry Dorley Zoo and Aquarium. I am here to testify in opposition to LB 1349 on behalf of the zoo, as supported by the City of Omaha, the Greater Omaha Chamber of Commerce, and the Nebraska Chamber of Commerce and Industry. I'd like to begin by thanking all of the Nebraskans and our many supporters that have made us our state's #1 tourist attraction. We have welcomed between 1.5 and 2 million visitors per year. We have over 80,000 household memberships that support the zoo, and we are very proud to be ranked as the #1 zoo in the United States by USA Today. I have been in Nebraska for a little bit over a year in my current role and have been incredibly impressed by how unique this place is and the generosity of our community and the strong public-private partnerships that exist in our state. I am very proud to be a Nebraskan now. I am not the first president of the zoo to be in front of the committee testifying and defending the zoo's tax exemption. The exemption represents a very strong partnership that we have had with the state for many, many years, and it is the main way that the state invests in our zoo. It is a great financial return on investment for Nebraska, but more so a great investment in the quality of life and image of Nebraska. This exemption has sent a very strong message to our private partners, to the City of Omaha, and says that the state is committed to seeing all the benefits of our work. LB 1349 sends the wrong message regarding an investment that represents over $200 million in annual economic impact to our state. $200 million in economic impact to our state. But our work goes far beyond being just a family-friendly attraction. Yes, we are a regional tourism destination. Our mission inspires, engages, and educates people to be lifelong stewards for wildlife. Our scientists and veterinarians are doing world-class work, impacting the world, bringing global recognition to the talent that Nebraska and Omaha have for the world. We do appreciate that this bill only seeks to remove the sales tax exemption on admissions. Roughly 40% of our visitors do come from outside of Nebraska, so that does make sense. But it's also important to point out that 60% of our visitors are Nebraska families, and we receive visitors from virtually every county of our state. It is important to us that world-class accredited zoos like Lincoln's Children's Zoo, the Lee G. Simmons Wildlife Safari Park in Ashland, Nebraska, and Omaha's Henry Dorley Zoo remain accessible and affordable to everyone, but especially the people of Nebraska. We sincerely appreciate the efforts of Governor Pillen in what we're trying to do for tax reform, and we want to be partners in making our state even better. I'm out of time, so I want to thank you for the work that you do and the work in serving our people.
Thank you for being here and thank you for all you do. Are there any questions from the committee? Senator Von Gilling.
Dr. Padilla, thank you for being here today. And we've not had a chance to meet, but as a representative in Omaha, we're thrilled to have you there heading up the zoo. And couldn't be prouder of the asset that is in our city and in our state. And I'm visually checking this out. I think I've probably been going to that zoo longer than you've been alive. And it's changed a lot over those years, but we're thrilled to see what direction you take that. So my question is, I believe the city of Omaha, some of the things that we're talking about doing here are to, obviously it's with regard to creating additional revenue. Can you tell me, does the city of Omaha support the zoo financially? What does the city contribute to the zoo?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. The city of Omaha is a great partner to us, and we are a great partner to the city of Omaha. The city contributes to the zoo in two ways financially. One is with what will account to be about $2.78 million in 2024. That escalates at 5%. But they also contribute by granting us a similar tax exemption that is the equivalent of about $1 million a year.
Tax exemption, you're talking about sales tax exemption?
Correct.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right, thank you again for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Von Giller. Any other questions? This is just a little thing, but actually we grant that sales tax exemption, not the city, because we are the ones that decide who pays what.
Correct. It's just $1 million that are not going back to the city.
Right.
So,
and what was the 2.78 million the city contributes?
yeah, the city contributes 2.78 million in direct financial support to the zoo. And in 2024, that is an agreement that is escalating year after year.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Helpful. Okay, I don't see any other questions. Thank you very much for
Thank
being
you. I appreciate it.
Other opponents?
Thank you,
Good
Madam
afternoon.
Chair and members of the Revenue Committee. My name is Evan Killeen, E-V-A-N, Killeen, K-I-L-L-E-E-N, and I'm the CEO and president at the Lincoln Children's Zoo. Lincoln Children's Zoo was established in 1965 and has remained steadfast in its mission to provide firsthand interactions between living things. The zoo is a beloved gem of the Lincoln community, serving nearly 390,000 people a year. Last year, about 70% of them were kids, so that's over 250,000 of that attendance was children. Throughout the years, the zoo has established itself as an economic driver, both for the city and for the state. Last year, the zoo's economic impact to the Lancaster County was over $17 million. This created $250,000 in local sales and lodging taxes. This also included $6.6 million in labor income paid to workers, providing about 196 full-time equivalent jobs, both within the zoo and outside the zoo. The zoo does not receive any public funding. Instead, we rely on our gate admissions and our community to support and ensure that we're able to provide affordable access to all children and families to the zoo. The ability for a child to see a tiger, climb with a spider monkey, and feed a giraffe right here in Lincoln is something we strive to remain accessible to all. 35% of our guests have an annual household income of less than $50,000. And 68% of our guests have an annual household income of less than $100,000. The Lincoln Children's Zoo serves the state of Nebraska, with 76% of our guests coming from less than 60 miles, and less than 9% of our guests come from outside the state of Nebraska. This sales tax will put an undue burden on Nebraska families, creating a barrier to affordable education, recreation, and enriching experiences. The zoo provides while only providing a minimal benefit to the state of Nebraska's financial objectives. Thank you for allowing me to talk.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Yes, go ahead.
I'm sorry. No, thank you for being here, Mr. Killeen. Just a quick, is it Mr. Killeen or Dr. Killeen?
Mr. Killeen, I'm not a doctor.
No, I just want to make sure I was respectful in my address. Are there any partnerships between you and the Henry Dorley Zoo, between Lincoln Zoo and? Are there any?
All zoos have a ton of partnerships together when it comes to working with the different endangered species. And so we work closely together. But but I guess financially or any of those things, we don't know.
No, I didn't know if you shared resources or data or.
We share data,
Yeah.
probably not resources.
Okay, all right. Your zoo has changed dramatically over my lifetime also.
Oh, good. I'm
Thank
glad
you.
to hear that you go to it as
I
well.
used to go see Big Ben a long time ago. That's a different story. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Van Gilleren. Other questions? This exemption only went into effect in like 2017, didn't it? It's a pretty recent exemption.
I think it is, yes.
Thank you very much for being here.
Thank
Are there any other opponents? Yes. Other opponents? Are there any, is there anyone wanting to testify in a neutral position? Okay. Senator Merman, would you like to close? Oh, and let me read the letters. We had 2 proponents, 1 opponent, and 1 neutral.
Yes, thank you for the testifiers. I wish we didn't have to shift any taxes to lower property taxes. I wish we could do it by cutting spending, but that's not going to happen. So unfortunately, we're going to have some kind of a shift. I greatly appreciate the 2 zoos here that testified. I've been to I live 150 miles southwest of Omaha and about 100 miles west of Lincoln. And I've actually visited both the zoos several times. My daughter and grandkids lived in Papillion for quite a few years. They had a yearly pass, so fortunately it was now. They wouldn't have to pay the sales tax. But also the Lincoln Zoo, I've got a disabled daughter, Whitney, and Goodwill, their group has visited the Lincoln Zoo and we're very, I know Whitney very much enjoyed it, and I've visited both that zoo also in the past. So appreciate what they do, and thank you, and open for any questions.
Thank you, Senator Merman. Are there any questions? Senator Duncan.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Senator Merman. Looking at the fiscal note for this one, it seems like this is a somewhat smaller fiscal note than what we've seen on a couple of the other bills that we've heard here today. Similar to those other fiscal notes, unfortunately, I don't see that the fiscal office delineated where the money's coming from each of these. Do you have any idea, based on your conversations with them or other folks, how much the state of Nebraska would be receiving from getting rid of the exemption on coin-operated washing machines?
No, I don't.
Okay.
Know how that's delineated out. I assume it would be fairly small.
Well, and
Yeah.
the only reason I ask, and I'd be curious just for us to follow up on this later, is I know this bill does a number of different things, and we've heard from the zoos, and I appreciate them coming in, but we've not heard much testimony with regards to laundry cleaning services, dry cleaning, but specifically the coin-operated machines. And it would seem to me, just based on my personal experiences, the people that often are utilizing coin-based operating or coin-based washing machines potentially are lower income, trying to figure out the ways that we could not shift too much in a regressive manner. I would just be curious to see whether or not that's going to really serve to give us enough money to sort of balance out the possible effect. So something I'd just be interested to talk with you about moving on, but didn't know if we knew what the money was on that.
Yeah, I'd certainly like to look into that also. When I was in college, I did use a coin-operated machine once in a while, but I went home as much as I could to get that service done.
And that's good cost savings, absolutely.
Right,
yes. I just know now that I have to wear a suit every day, dry cleaning is a little bit more expensive. So but thank you, I appreciate it.
Thank you, Senator Duncan. I thought, and I will form this question, I thought when we talked about all these maybe.
I didn't remember that either when we
Yeah.
talked about it, and I was a little surprised to see it in the fiscal note.
Yeah, I thought that was supposed to be left off. So anyway, okay. And with that, we'll close the hearing on 1349 and open the hearing on 1308. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Linehan and members of the Revenue Committee. I'm Senator Brad Von Gillern, BradVonGillern, and I represent Legislative District 4 in West Omaha and Elkhorn. LB 1308 consists of two parts, both of which eliminate existing sales tax exemptions. If passed, exemptions would be eliminated on repair parts used for agricultural equipment and also on business-to-business accounting services. The elimination of these exemptions are potentially pieces of a larger puzzle that this committee is attempting to assemble in the pursuit of property tax relief. The idea being broadening the tax base is one way to reduce the burden of property taxes and was broadly popular in the governor's Property Tax Workforce Committee, which I was part of and met over the summer and the fall. Regarding the exemption for agricultural parts, I ask you to consider a scenario where you walk into a John Deere dealer and ask to buy an oil filter for a skid loader. The salesperson at the parts counter rings you up and asks you, what are you going to do? What are you going to use this for? Well, obviously, I'm going to use it to change oil in my skid steer. And he says, no, I mean, what do you do with the equipment? And my response, after a tense, why do you need to know exchange, the salesperson says, well, if you're going to use this for a piece of farm equipment, I don't have to charge you sales tax. If you're using it for any other purpose, I do. I'm not sure that makes sense. I understand how ag repair parts became exempt at some point because arguably farm equipment can be considered a business input. And generally, business inputs are exempt from sales tax because the tax is charged on the finished product, not on all the things that go into it. But the same argument can easily be made for construction equipment that is necessary to complete a project, or landscape equipment, or even a skid loader that's used for snow removal or sand or salt for truck application on slick roads. This exemption is an odd one that for some reason applies only to agriculture. I can understand certain opposition. That's always going to happen with anything, any change. Specifically with this bill, I recognize agricultural interests in this state are particularly concerned. I've heard the opposition, I've read the emails and letters, and today I'll listen to your opposition and take it seriously in consideration. I know dealers are concerned about border bleed, where farmers may cross state lines to buy their parts. Ironically, there's a similar concern with the argument against the epic tax, but I haven't heard that brought up in any discussions. I hope we can work together to find some agreement with this concept, as the farm community will be certainly the greatest beneficiary of any form of property tax relief that we can work towards. Regarding the accounting services exemption elimination, this has or will be narrowly tailored to apply to business services only, so would not apply to individuals filing a tax return or families receiving simple estate planning assistance. It's our belief that these services are ancillary to business operations and not actually a business input. In closing, I understand that the elimination of these exemptions is not popular, and frankly, I'm stressing a number of my own friendships by bringing both of these topics to the table. But again, they could become a small part of a partial solution to the property tax issues here in Nebraska. I hesitantly look forward to hearing the testimony today and welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you, Senator Gillard. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll stay to close.
Okay, good. Any proponents? Okay then, opponents. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair Linehan, members of the Revenue Committee. My name is Brian Sloan, BRYANSLONE, and I'm here testifying on behalf of the Nebraska State Chamber, the Greater Omaha Chamber, the Lincoln Chamber, and the Nebraska Realtors Association. I realize that from prior testimony that there is oftentimes a discussion about this is part of a bigger item. It is part of a bigger item, not just in terms of the property tax proposals, which I will talk to, and I'll also answer your question. This is part of a bigger item in terms of what the state's tax policy is around business inputs. Historically, most states and most state tax policies always avoid sales tax on business inputs. And the reason is it causes pyramiding of taxes. So if you pay tax on the business inputs and then there's 2 or 3 parties in the middle and you pay a tax at each level, then the finished product doesn't have a 6.5% tax on, but it has a tax on a tax on a tax on a tax on a tax that ultimately consumers pay. And so quite quickly, your cost structure can be uncompetitive, and that means your Nebraska businesses become uncompetitive. I would like to, and so with respect to all of the property tax proposals that affect business inputs, Nebraska Chamber will be in opposition to those. In this particular case, I'll give the example. In the case of ag equipment, and I am a longtime friend of the senators, and so, but I will assure him our relationship is not stressed. That one of the things we talked about, we're having our annual meeting today, is ag technology is moving very, very quickly. Very quickly, this equipment will not just be equipment. It will be the technology that runs the business, collects the data, analyzes that data, and provides the operational efficiency for farms to continue to compete in a global market. At that point, it's even more clearly a business input. And the last thing we would want to do is increase the price of technology, which particularly for small farmers is a very big issue. And with respect to accounting services, I may be biased, having spent my entire career. I'm not sure why we would want to make accounting services more expensive than Iowa accounting services or Kansas accounting services from a competitive standpoint. And with that, I will close this testimony and also answer your question if you want to ask it again about yesterday.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Since I've spent a lot of time in accounting and taxes. We did do big reform last year.
Mm-hmm.
And it included what we thought was an agreement on spending. And that didn't work. So I don't know what we're going to do. We put $1 billion into property tax relief out since I've been here. And they've gone up 1.3 billion. So I'm going to ask you the same question I asked the Lincoln Chamber. Why was nobody here yesterday when we talked about a hard lid?
Yeah, so the answer to that is we have a process at the chamber that the board ultimately determines our policies on all tax policies. That board met this morning, so I'm spending most of my day in the Cornhusker today. And so
This was last night.
yeah, but the board met this morning.
Okay.
So the chamber had not taken official position on that. And I couldn't get out ahead of the board on that. But the answer is we've completed that process. We do support the cap legislation, which is not a surprise. We have always, as a state chamber, believed that the only way, it's not just last year, we've spent the last 30 years trying to solve the property tax issue. And there's been no amount of money that we could transfer and shift from the state tax rolls to the local and school tax rolls that's ever solved the problem. And ultimately, to solve the problem, we have to control local spending. And we have to come to an agreement around local spending and how fast we're going to grow that. And in the end, it can never grow faster than our economy grows. And so we will support working with the governor, and we commend the governor and you for that cap legislation. We'd love to work on that. There's always some exceptions and you've worked the school districts a lot, and you know how individual
Growth. Yep.
those can be. And there's some really high growth districts that we'll have to deal with. But we will look forward to working with both you and the governor on that. But in terms of tax shifts and raising new taxes to simply distribute it without knowing that we've got something that works and is in hand and controls spending, we would never recommend a tax shift or a tax on inputs at this point.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? We may actually see you later. Maybe.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Hello.
Good afternoon, Senator Linehan and other members of the Revenue Committee. My name is Owen Palm, Owenpalm. I'm the CEO of 21st Century Equipment and the co-chair of the Blueprint Nebraska initiative. I have locations in western Nebraska and northeastern Colorado. I strongly support the Revenue Committee's efforts to reduce property taxes, but I am attending here in opposition to adding a sales tax to parts. We think as we use technology, we as an industry use technology and are implementing more and more technology to reduce the cost of production for our farmers, especially in a time of reduced commodity prices like we have today. We don't think it's a very good idea to start taxing many of those components that will be part of the addition of technology to this farm equipment. We also think it opens up a dangerous precedent in terms of taxing other ag inputs such as fertilizer and seed when times get tough, and the Revenue Committee is looking for additional funding. The border bleed is real. I know my Imperial and Ogallala customers will go to Holyoke for 6 or 7% reduced prices. I know my Sydney customers will go to Sterling, Colorado, and I know my Scottsbluff and Bridgeport customers will go to Torrington. So the border bleed issue is very, very real. And in closing, I think it's just almost nonsensical to think that the farmers that are bearing the majority of the property tax burden, we turn around and try and reduce their property taxes by beginning to tax their parts. So with that, I'll stop and answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee? Thank you very much for being here.
I'm back.
You are an accountant.
I know, Chairwoman Linehan.
I wonder what your opinion is.
I know. What could it possibly be as an accountant, members of the Revenue Committee? Thank you for having me back. My name is Stacy Watson, STACYWATSON. I am a tax shareholder at Lutz. For full disclosure, I'm on the Taxation Committee of the Nebraska Society of CPAs, and I am on the Nebraska Chamber as chairman of the Taxation Council. But today I'm representing the Nebraska Society of CPAs. And we are basically an opponent of this bill because these are accounting services we're selling to businesses. Imposing sales tax on services violates the principles of good tax policy. Accounting is a business service and doesn't belong in the sales tax base. Experts across the political spectrum concur taxing business inputs like accounting services under sales and use tax leads to undesirable tax pyramiding. And we've talked about why pyramiding occurs. And, to your point, Senator Von Gillern, is it a business input? I think when it's required by the government and nobody comes to us for fun, I would absolutely say it's a business input. We're required to do it. All of our clients are required to do this by law. Believe me, like I said earlier in my meeting today, no one comes to see me for my sparkling personality. This is a business input from our perspective. In addition, when services are consumed by businesses or taxed, the principle of tax law transparency is violated. The additional tax is included in the price of the final product and is effectively hidden from the ultimate consumer. Should this bill pass, Nebraska would be at a great disadvantage in its ability to compete with other states for business and investment. Only 3 states, New Mexico, South Dakota, and Hawaii, actually tax professional services, and they have unique systems in and of themselves. According to the American Institute of CPAs, over the last several years, 32 states have introduced 106 pieces of legislation to tax professional service, none passed. Policymakers in these states recognize the negative impact on these proposals and their growth. Minnesota, Michigan, and Florida, and Massachusetts passed, and all were quickly repealed, oftentimes before enactment. In Florida, for example, the measure was repealed because it put in-state businesses at a competitive disadvantage. While we respect the efforts to provide property tax relief, we urge you to indefinitely postpone 1308 and set aside the idea of imposing sales tax on accounting and other professional services, as it would in fact undermine Nebraska's ability to maintain businesses. And by the way, I gave you 2 handouts, my testimony and one a cost report that discusses why it is a business input and why we shouldn't tax such things. So if you have any questions, I'm happy to take them.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for being here.
Have a great afternoon.
Yep. Next opponent.
Thanks for taking your time that you all put into this. It's amazing with the patience you have. So, my name is Dennis Swanson, Dennis, D-E-N-N-I-S, Swanson, S-W-A-N-S-O-N. I'm here to oppose LB 1308 to remove the sales tax. It's something that we're
worked on pretty diligently. I am the owner of Sandhill Equipment, a 3-generation family-owned farm equipment located in north central Nebraska near Bassett. My father's and 3 brothers, his 3 brothers started it. I'm here today representing the Iowa-Nebraska Dealer Association, where I had served for 24 years on the board. I was board chair of the Legislative Committee when the sales tax exemption was put into place. The most heartfelt reason that I am here today, though, is for the sustainability, or at least a competitive fairness of our family-owned business. Better said, a level playing field. Just a quick comment, back when the Dealer Association, state chambers, and Cattlemen's Association, and we was working this exemption through the system, why Senator Carlson was the chair at that time. And after we'd been about halfway through it, he says, we need to look at this exemption, as these groups would not be coming back if there wasn't something wrong. I've always enjoyed his comment with a touch of humor. I mentioned the amount of time it took to put this tax exemption on parts for the main reason it was not flashed in front of your predecessors. It was studied and considered for the long-term effects. There was a lot of ranchers, farmers, and different associations. We even had Ernie Goss back in 2011 do a study, which will be emailed to you at a later time. I mentioned earlier I was located in north central Nebraska, about 25 miles from the South Dakota border. And just like Mr. Owen Palm said, the border bleed is true. We have customers driving, picking up their buddies or their neighbor, and they're going up there to save their sales tax. And they're also buying gas and dinner and maybe even a bigger picture. Here's they form relationships. And these businesses go beyond parts counters. They may see tractors, and it just grows from there. And we need to keep that business in Nebraska. I mentioned Ernie Goss, and I know the numbers of the study is old, but I'm guessing that it would still hold true. In closing, several times, our family business, I mentioned our family business, 3 generations of years of service. All of these factors are depending on the Nebraska legislation, or more specifically, you senators to help make sure we keep the tax exemption on agriculture parts. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you. This is helpful. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing,
Could I make one comment to the senator's oil filter?
you can, if I have to ask. Would you like to make a comment?
So in that proposal where the customer comes to the counter with oil filter, he's already profiled whether he's taxed or not. So we already know whether he's a contractor or a farmer. So the computer, they don't have to ask
I don't
that
know if this is
question.
going to help you.
What? Not? Good?
Yeah, we're good. Thank you.
Don't turn that light on so quick.
It's been the same for everybody.
Chair Linehan and members of the Revenue Committee, I want to thank you all for your public service. And I really say that today when it's a long day of sitting in hearings. My name is Dave Pankinen, DavePankonin. I want to give you a little bit of my backstory. I've been involved the last 49 years as an ag equipment dealer representing the Case IH brand with Pankinen's Inc., a single store location south of Louisville in Cass County. Now my son Paul is the lead at the dealership as the 5th generation of the Pankinen family, serving Nebraska agriculture since 1883. Those 141 years of operation across 3 centuries have benefited many coworkers and our customers with long-term employment and service as we sold equipment, parts, and services in our trade area. Once Paul joined the dealership in 2005, I took the plunge and successfully ran for the District 2 legislative seat in the unicameral in 2006 and served until 2011, including 1 session on the Revenue Committee. 2 of the important things I learned in the legislature was the amazing amount of material to try to understand, especially at the committee level, and to consider the unintended consequences of potential bills passed. That is why I'm here to testify in opposition to reinstating the sales taxes on parts used for agricultural production. Besides the extra cost to the producers, this would have a very negative effect on Nebraska dealers. For our store, parts sales over the counter, which means customers come to the store or called in a parts order for pickup, were 62% of the total parts sales in 2023, with the other 38% of parts sold on service shop work. When a farmer doing their own repair work on planting equipment or harvesting equipment can easily spend $20,000 and to save 5.5% or more, or $1,100 on that order, they likely may do that and take a drive. Since all our neighboring states, except Wyoming, do not charge sales tax on ag parts, these counter sales will go down, plus some of the shop service work could go out of state as well to save on the parts portion of the repairs. Our